organized by the National Solar Energy Federation of India and powered by Amazon Web Services AWS. We are delighted to have with us an esteemed gathering of dignitaries, policymakers, industry leaders, and stakeholders, united by the common vision of advancing carbon-free energy for India's digital future. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us on stage. Shri Deepak Gupta ji, retired IAS, Director General NSCFI, former Secretary MNRE and former Chairman UPSC. Shri Michael Punk, Vice President Global Public Policy AWS. Dr. Mohammad Rehan ji, Director General, National Institute of Solar Energy. Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji, Chairman, Central Electricity Authority. And Mr. Subramaniam Polipaka, CEO NSCFI. Thank you so much. May I now request Shri Subramaniam Polipaka, CEO NSCFI, to kindly address the gathering with his opening remarks.
A very good morning to all of you, and apologies for the delay. Honorable MOS is on his way and he will join us in the next 15-20 minutes, but has requested that we start. At the outset, I would like to welcome all of you to the first Data Center Summit on Carbon-Free Energy. It's a privilege to have with us Chairman CEA Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji, JS MNRE Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji, DG NICE Dr. with us. I would also like to specially welcome Mr. Michael Punk, Global Vice President for Public Policy at AWS. And also today, along with me, we have Mr. Deepak Gupta, who is our Honorary Director General, under whose vision and guidance NSCFI has grown to what we are today. Before we get into the proceedings of today, I am sure you must have all seen at the entrance, we have two display items. One is a AI interactive cricket podium, and there is a selfie booth, again powered by AI. If you have noticed the selfie booth, when you click your picture, you get that picture on your phone, which says, my selfie is carbon free. Never before in the history have we thought, or one must have ever thought, that the juxtaposition of energy and data would be so evidently visible to all of us. The other day I was doing a small research, and I was told that for every 4 queries that we type in ChatGPT, 1.5 units of electricity is consumed. And I'm sure all our queries are in hundreds and thousands on any given day. So just with the click of our fingers on the phone, we are contributing to immense loads of electricity generation that is responsible for the AI that is functioning in front of us today. I'm sure we'll be hearing from the dignitaries here on the stage about data centers, India's energy transition, importance of having a carbon-free proliferation of data centers in India. But one important fact that we all are aware and should acknowledge is how India is surprisingly, but most vocally, is placed at the precipice of not only an energy transition revolution, but also a digital revolution. So whatever we are talking today is a very coincidental and a natural intersection of data and energy. And I'm sure today's discussions and deliberations will focus on how India's data future will be powered sustainably. We have with us today, after the inaugural stellar panel, the first one before the lunch, containing all 8 CEOs of renewable energy companies who are actively engaging with data centers in India, including Amazon, for powering their requirements to clean energy. In the second half of the session, we also have an equally stellar panel, which consists of all the key data center ecosystem players from our country. You will also get to hear their insights on what they think about carbon-free proliferation of data centers in India. With this, before I conclude, I would like to thank Amazon and AWS team for their constant support, without whose nudge as well as support we would have not been able to do an event at this scale. And I am looking forward to hearing all of your thoughts, and I wish all of us a very fruitful and meaningful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pulipaka. May I now request Shri Deepak Gupta ji to kindly deliver the welcome address and set the tone for today's deliberations.
Distinguished dignitaries, industry leaders, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this historic first edition of the Data Center Summit on Carbon-Free Energy. Today's gathering marks the beginning of India's journey where digital infrastructure meets renewable energy transition, and which will be a window also to the coming future. Across the world, data centers are increasingly being recognized as critical digital infrastructure, demand for which is accelerating at an unprecedented pace, driven by cloud adoption, rapid spread of AI, and the expansion of digital services. Many of the world's established data center hubs outside of China are beginning to encounter structural limits, whether it be Singapore, Ireland, other European locations, and within the US itself. That provides India with a new opportunity to reshape the geography of digital infrastructure by providing both stability and capacity that global investors and hyperscalers require. India has the land mass, renewable energy potential, and policies, and the scale of domestic demand to accommodate growth without displacing other national priorities. Data centers are already coming up. Installed capacity was around 950 megawatt by 2024, and 850 megawatt is under development, and 5 gigawatt plus capacity addition is projected by 2030. Most global majors have also announced further plans. The variety of international investors underscores the conviction that India is becoming and can become a critical global hub. One of the basic problems is the huge requirement of power, which is also firm, continuous, and reliable. At first glance, one can say that a country already grappling with a huge surge of demand because of its normal growth trajectory cannot sustain a sudden further increase in demand, especially where there is little increase in employment. It is in this context that I would like to share the NSFI perspective of the new green opportunity. I personally have always believed that solar energy should not only be seen as clean energy meant to decarbonize the energy sector, but also how it can be utilized as an instrument of rural development and poverty alleviation in this country. We strongly believe that every new data center in India must be green from inception, not only for sustainability, but also for competitiveness in a global market that views low carbon digital services, and data centers must also become the torch bearers of clean energy adoption. India's advantage lies in its abundant solar and wind resources, coupled with progressive green open access policies, which allow corporates, including data centers, to directly source renewable power. One of the most innovative pathways that we have been pursuing is agrovoltaics, the dual use of land for both farming and solar generation by elevating the structure. Data centers can procure solar power directly from farmers' fields or get green attributes through decentralized agrovoltaics projects, thereby meeting their 24 by 7 green energy needs when integrated with storage, contributing to nation building by supporting India's renewable energy targets, driving rural development as farmers receive steady income selling solar power alongside agricultural yield from the same land, and allowing flexibility in location with no adverse impact on land. This model creates a virtuous cycle of growth. Data centers reduce their carbon footprint, farmers become energy entrepreneurs, and rural India becomes a stakeholder in the modern digital economy. By embracing green power procurement, carbon-free cooling solutions, storage integration, and innovative contracts like 24 by 7 PPAs, data centers can become living laboratories of clean energy transformation. The digital industry can lead
Infrastructure is up to 4.1 times more energy efficient than traditional on-premises solutions. For AI workloads, this translates to a remarkable 99% reduction in carbon footprint. Our latest cooling systems are reducing mechanical energy consumption by up to 46%. In hardware innovation, our new AWS Gravitron 4 chips deliver 30% better computing performance while maintaining exceptional energy efficiency. We've also extended our server lifespan from 5 to 6 years, supporting our circularity goals. As we look to the future, we recognize new challenges, including the increasing energy demands of technologies like generative AI. That's why we're diversifying our investments across solar, wind, nuclear, battery storage, and emerging technologies. In closing, I want to emphasize that this is a journey we must undertake together. The path to sustainability and digital infrastructure requires collaboration between government, industry, and society. AWS is committed to being a partner in India's sustainable digital transformation, and we look forward to working with all of you to make this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pang, for your valuable insights. We now invite Dr. Mohammad Rehan to deliver special remarks and share his insights on advancing renewable energy for data centers.
Shri Deepak Gupta ji, Mr. Michael Punk, Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji, Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji, and Shri Subramaniam Pulipaka. All the panelists, participants, delegates, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I want to appreciate and congratulate NSEFI for again coming up with a discussion on something which is very important. They have been, as I usually say, they very successfully they are creating the required buzz around the important topics. They arrange discussions, partnerships, collaborations. So they are doing a great job. This is first on data centers, and if I am not wrong, they have done first on AI and RE also sometimes back. And I appreciate the partnership of Amazon in this regard, and they have developed and launched this coalition also. And the initiatives which were mentioned by Mr. Michael, how the organization is showing how we can adopt green energy and reduce our carbon footprint. So this is all really appreciable, and I am sure it will lead to other organizations also adopting the same. I'll mention 2-3 points related to the topic. So Subramaniam talked about it, that few years back, we could not think of that data and electricity will become so connected. So I usually say that when we talk of the modern society is a digital society, often we forget that the fuel for that, or the running, or the oxygen for that is electricity actually. So I will call it is a must for any digital infrastructure. But this relationship is working in a closed loop mode now. So electricity is essential for digital world, but digital technologies are essential for electricity sector also. In light of this transition to a system which is more and more dominated by solar and supported by wind variable sources. So what we call in the literature as the three Ds required for providing possibility to the decarbonization and so in this way, these two sectors are now tied together. They have to work together, there is no doubt about it. And the sort of grid which we are imagining for India as well, in other countries also, what we call as smart grid, only be thought of when we have integration with digital techniques. So these two things are interconnected. Now, how to power data centers? We cannot power these centers by conventional sources only, then the challenge of CO2 emissions is there. So solar, for example, is a very good option because solar energy is carbon free. But apart from that, it is highly decentralized, modular and scalable in nature. So you can have electricity generation at the point of utilization. So data centers can have their own supply. And it is scalable also, you can scale it up. And it is making you energy secure also. Energy independence is there, you are not dependent on imports and all. So solar energy is a great opportunity for powering these data centers in an environment friendly as well as economic now, because in India, for example, it is the most economical opportunity. But there are challenges also. For example, people say that large number of data centers, the projections are saying that their power requirement will be doubled by 2030. So how will you manage this requirement, because solar is available during daytime only. So maybe during daytime your excess solar energy is helping in running those data centers, but what will happen to the nighttime ramp once the sun sets? So that is where I feel this opportunity can be exercised as a DSM measure, demand side measure also. Can we that will help in utilizing the excess solar energy and avoiding unnecessary ramp at the night time also. The second thing which I feel is how it can support the sector. For example, 2 days back we were talking this in MNRE also, that stationary storage have to create demand for stationary storage. So can this development that data centers be pushed to have self-sustainable supply structure where they have solar energy as well as battery, or maybe it can support the clock development also. We can have hybrid projects, solar, wind plus battery storage. So that will create demand for not only stationary storage but these projects also, RTC projects. So that is something which we can leverage, I think. Then long duration storage can also be explored. Then one concern is that solar is, for example, in our country, it is mostly coming up in some clusters, and somehow data centers are coming up in some other locations. So that will require transmission infrastructure, will be a challenge. So in this regard also, can have a more effective planning, can we co-locate these two? And 2 days back, we have concluded and released, Honorable Minister released this new solar PV potential assessment done by our institute, where we have done the assessment for every district in the country. And that assessment shows that apart from 2-3 states which we majorly consider for solar, scope is there for other states also. So can that be utilized in better co-locating or creating some parks where there is solar energy generation plant as well as data center is there? So that will sort of localize the energy generation and consumption and address what Shri Deepak Gupta ji mentioned, that local employment opportunities can also be tapped. So there are so many possibilities to explore, so many things we can explore technically, policy level, interaction, social aspect also. I think this is an area which will see a lot of activities. And in this regard, this is an important event or get together. I am sure the discussion which we'll have here will enrich all of us, the understandings, and will thank you so much.
Insightful. Now, like Kulhari ji, effective energy.
Morning, everyone. Sri Deepak Gupta ji, Sri Michael, Sri Ghanshyam ji, Sri Rehan, Sri Subramanian, dignitaries of the DICE, people from the industry, dear friends. It's a pleasure to be part of this first Center Summit on Carbon-Free Energy. As it has already been spelled out, that the digital economy is expanding at an unprecedented pace, and data centers are the backbone of this growth. IEA has released certain data that the global electricity demand from the data center is said to be double of what it is today by 2030. And it can go up to 945 terawatt hours, which is almost equal to what the energy is being consumed by Japan as on date. As artificial intelligence drives and growth in the sector's energy needs, surge in AI-driven power demand reshape electricity markets in all the advanced as other economies. The projection is that we will be requiring approximately 20% of total demand growth by 2030. Now, as Subramanian discussed, certain things powered by AI. We need AI to be powered by data centers and to, again, data centers require powering by energy. And to make it more economic, more viable, more sustainable, as Professor Rehan has told, we need, again, AI to sufficient or suffice the energy sector. Renewable energy offers numerous advantages for powering data centers, from reducing environmental impact, cost cutting, enhancing security and reliability. Renewable energy sources minimal greenhouse gases. With clean energy, the carbon footprint and environmental impact of these energy intensive facilities can be significantly reduced. Transitioning of data centers to renewable energy can reduce their carbon emission by 80 to 90%, making it a critical step towards fighting climate change and ensuring the sustainability of the digital economy. Renewable energy, though delivering a more reliable and cost-effective power supply. On-site renewable energy sources or generation, such as rooftop solar panels, they add on the resilience of the energy sector. It provides backup power during grid failure or outages. It enables data centers to maintain critical operations and reducing the need for diesel backup generators. Further, data centers can think of grid interactive UPS, where when the energy is surplus, renewable energy is surplus, it can be injected into the grid. And whenever we don't have renewable energy, it can be taken from the grid. Further, almost all the governments now they are giving incentives and tax breaks for adoption of renewable energy. So the data centers, they can also make use of this incentive. It is an incentive to adopt renewable energy. Now the leading hyperscale companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Oracle, Meta, they are increasingly demanding the data centers to use renewable energy sources because it increases their reputation and customers are demanding that the carbon footprint must be minimal. So meeting these customer-driven sustainability requirements is becoming essential for data center operators to secure and maintain business from these major clients. So these are the advantages of renewable energy adoption for data center. But renewable energy has certain challenges also. The one being the intermittency and variability. Renewable energy sources like solar and wind, they cannot give continuous round-the-clock FDRE type of the energy. Even with augmentation of battery backup, storage backup, we can add up their availability by 4 to 5 hours maximum. So intermittency can be addressed, yes, by using hybrid renewable energy. Data centers can think of now geothermal sources also, hydro also, In addition to that, they have to go for grid. The second disadvantage with renewable energy, or the challenge with the renewable energy, is location dependence. We don't have solar energy or wind energy available at all the places. It is centered in certain locations. So either for adoption of renewable energy by data centers, we have to take the data centers to the sources, or the sources are required to be brought to the data centers. So to curtail the transmission losses as well as the challenges of transmission. Further, the adoption of renewable energy, it requires large space. Approximately 2.3 acres per megawatt is required for solar, and approximately 1.5 acres or so is required for wind. So in that case also, we have to go for the PPAs or purchasing renewable energy certificates from third-party providers. One of the disadvantages, though not a long-term, it's a short-term disadvantage. Initial investment costs are high because data centers can directly go to the grid and can purchase the power for their requirement. That may be cheaper initially because upfront investment for the renewable energy will be slightly high, but its a payback period is again in next 5 to 6 years. Whatever investment is done, it is recouped. So adoption of, initially, yes, it may appear that the cost is higher by adoption of renewable energy, and there may be temptation to go for the grid. But in, again, long term, renewable energy will be economical. Further, the infrastructure and grid integration. Integrating renewable energy into data center power infrastructure poses significant challenges. It requires specialized power electronics, energy storage, monitoring and control system, as well as navigating complex grid interconnections. These are the things which are initial hindrances. To effectively use the generated renewable energy, the data centers are increasingly building their own microgrids now, which act as a localized control system to manage the integration of renewable energy generation, energy storage, and the data centers' power requirements, while addressing the complexity of the integrating with the wider electrical grid. Renewable energy use in data centers has become critically important as the growing energy consumption of these facilities, driven by cloud computing and AI, contributes to the substantial energy footprint, environmental footprint, sorry. So over the course of today's deliberations, I encourage all participants, whether they are from government, industry, finance, or technology, to share ideas, best practices, and solutions that can make carbon-free development a reality in India. Together, let's ensure that India's digital growth is powered by clean energy, setting a global example of how innovation and sustainability can go hand in hand. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you and look forward to a meaningful and action-oriented dialogue. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you and thank NSFI and Amazon for their invaluable contributions in bringing us all together for this first data center summit on carbon-free energy 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights on integrating RE with data centers. We would now like to invite Shri Ghanshyam Prasadji to deliver his keynote remarks and share his perspective on strengthening India's power systems for a carbon-free digital infrastructure.
Good morning everyone. All the dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais. Let me at the outset thank NSFI and Amishan for inviting me to be a part of this very, very important discussion today. We had been discussing this in my office for quite some time. Maybe I think at least last 2 to 3 years, or maybe slightly more when I was there in Ministry of Power. And we were being challenged that will you be able to handle the requirement of the huge data center which is likely to come in India. And I used to say in ministry very confidently that yes, we can meet these challenges whenever it comes in India. Initially, there used to be a huge amount of projections that it will come by such and such period. But nevertheless, I think there were some hiccups and the data center could not take off during the period of 21, 22, 23. That was the phase when I'm talking about. Then came the next challenge that was about the green hydrogen and green ammonia. This is another data guzzlers which is going to come and get integrated into the systems. Will you be able to handle it? I said, yes, this also will try to handle it. Anyway, we will not talk about the green hydrogen and green ammonia today, but concentrating mainly on the data centers. Good to see that it started with a very small number. I still remember the data center coming in different locations, few megawatts, maybe 20 megawatts, 30 megawatts. It all started from that stage, coming to 100, 200, 500, now 700 megawatt, I think is already in the Mumbai area, etc. Good to see at least around 1 gigawatt of data centers operational and some in the pipeline. And my latest numbers reveals that we'll be heading towards around 16 gigawatt, which is visible as of now, which is a slightly higher number, what has been projected by Gupta ji. Maybe because we have been directly interacting with all these data center people, because we need to plan from both the sides. We need to plan from the resources side as well as try to see that this electricity also reaches to the delivery point, that is the transmission and the subsequent infrastructure as such. Coming towards the resources side, definitely we have tried to see that adequate amount of resources are available. And since they require huge amount of renewable energy because they need to go to carbon free or what we call it as green data centers. Good to see NSEFI trying to find load people as well with them. Earlier they were only coming to me and telling that, okay, my responsibility only lies with the generation, rest is up to you and the others people to take it from here. But good to see you, and I must congratulate Subramaniam for this innovative idea of bringing the load centers also closer to the resources. Rest definitely will be done by the other stakeholders. As I mentioned that, and most of other earlier speakers also mentioned about the requirement of power, the challenges of RE. But then there are solutions, and India has been innovating these solutions over the last 3 to 4 years. You must have seen the construct of hybrid. You must have seen the construct of RE-RTC, which we brought in. Then we said, okay, this also doesn't help. Can we go for FDRE? This also had some lacuna. Then we said, can we have load following type of a bidding environment, and which probably is going to suit most of the DISCOMs and most of the other people as well. So all these innovations in the bidding side has always been happening. Then we said, okay, if we have to have 24 hours reliable supply, then what else is required? And in that kitty, we saw that even in spite of the fact that we have huge amount of solar, we have huge amount of wind, still we will be requiring some storage capacity. And this some storage capacity, we had only two visibility as of now, and that is battery energy storage system. You must have seen two major announcements. One was of 13,000 megawatt hours, second is 30,000 megawatt hours. Both of them have started kicking in. Third is the PSP, which is hydro pump storage. Since last so many years, nothing was coming in the pump storage. I think Purlia was the last one, which happened somewhere around 15 years back, which was of around 900 megawatt. But after we realized that we need huge amount of hydro pump storage because that is the one which can give me stable power during the non-solar hours, at least for 6 to 8 hours, depending on their capacity as such. We tried to identify more number of such storage systems. Right now, the country has around 216 gigawatt of hydro pump storage potential. This has grown in last 3 years. When I joined CA, it was around 94 gigawatt. We took up the challenge that can we identify some more, which is easier to be located, something like which is off-stream also, which doesn't have much of environmental challenges. Can we have something which is only closed loop off-stream type of a hydro pump storage, which can be built quickly? And good to see that the private sector has started coming in this particular segment, and we have a visibility of more than 60 gigawatt as of now. I'm very confident that these PSP will get fructified by 32 or at the most by 34, and which is in the pipeline. From this year, we have started adding up these hydro pump storage as well. This year, we will be adding around 2.8 gigawatt. Next year, 2.6. But from 28, 29 onwards, we'll be adding more than 10,000 gigawatt, 10,000 megawatt each year. So that's the kind of numbers I'm just trying to give you and give you a confidence that yes, we are ready even to meet the challenges in the non-solar hours and in the other hours of supply, which definitely is going to be a need for making these data centers as greener as possible. The other challenges during my discussion with all the data centers people was that can you locate your data centers as close to RE structure as possible? Because definitely it will be a big challenge to take transmission lines inside, say for example, inside Mumbai, if you want, definitely we will not be able to give it to you. If you want inside a particular very highly populated area, we will not be able to build 400 kV or 765 kV transmission or substations, etc., etc. So there has to be an optimally located place where it is win-win situation for both the data centers as well as for the RE developer to bring in those powers. Third is we have already mapped the RE potential zones. NICE is already here. The report was released with respect to solar. Similar potentials mapping we have for the wind as well. The other things, and even for hydro pump storage. So we have already asked people to do those innovations and make those structure. And Pinnapuram, you find all the three getting co-located as well. That is, you have solar, you have wind, and you have hydro pump storage together. And that's a capacity which can reliably supply RE power to their clients. So such type of innovations have started happening, and probably we'll be needing more and more such solutions. So transmission line vis-a-vis the communication line, I think we'll have to have some kind of optimal approach from both the sides so that it becomes a win-win situations for both of us. Second thing that came is right now India has only 2 landing points, particularly with respect to the data cables, and that is Mumbai and Chennai. So we are in touch with METI, and probably we'll have to have increased such landing points within the country as well. Maybe we have to multiply towards the western coast as well as towards the eastern coast, so that if we have multiple landing points, then the data centers can be decentralized and delocated. Third thing that came here is, instead of going for a very, very large data centers at one place, it will be more feasible if you can have multiple data centers at different locations. That is also going to ease out the problems, and probably we will have more more solutions. One of the other challenges which I think Rajesh missed is coming from the grid operation side. What of late we have discovered is earlier we were thinking that data centers will have almost like a constant type of a load, which is not going to be the case. And I'm told that the data centers are also going to be having some kind of a variable load depending on the use of these data centers and depending on the type of these data centers. So we are studying on those part as well. And we'll request the data centers people to kindly share those kind of information so that we are able to plan a better integration into the grid so that you don't face any challenge of reliability and we are able to give you more better power. Third thing definitely starts coming is about the how do you really account for whether you are really getting a green power or not. We had been in discussion with European Union and the challenge used to be that do you have a single bidding zone? I had been advocating that yes, India has achieved that kind of a construct as of now. We already have a very robust transmission system within the country and that has led us to almost like a zero congestion. So we don't have any other price other than the single price which is operating in the market, power market. And power market has already grown to around 15% as of now. And even in the power exchange, in the day-ahead market and RTM, etc., we have around 8% share, which is growing and which will keep on growing. So with this kind of a congestion hardly is 0.02%. That means 99.98% of the time, Indian grid does not have any congestion and we discover a single price throughout the country, which means that any RE which is getting generated at any place gets simultaneously being delivered to the other locations where it is desired for, and hence it can be treated as green. Similarly, if somebody wants to buy green products from our power market, we have two construct and two major products, and that is green day-ahead market and green term-ahead market, through which you can buy or sell. If solar can sell and the other buyers or the other data centers people, they can buy green power and try to meet their requirement. I don't see any such projects operating anywhere else in the world, but at least we have that kind of a construct, and so that will be definitely made applicable. Welcome, sir. Sorry, I'll just take one more minute, sir, on my last point. I was just on the last point, and we are on the carbon market also, which is kicking off as of now. And once the carbon market kicks off, probably we will have more and more freedom for trying to, from such type of a load, which is going to earn green credits and carbon credits as well. So with all these, I think somebody raised a question about we should have a national building code. I think building code is already in place, and we have so many buildings now coming up in most of these metros. They have declared themselves as net zero as well. I mean, that's the kind of buildings which we have come, and the national building code is already in place, and it is being revised almost as the requirement comes in. I think, so stage is set, almost all the policies are in place. Some people did mention that can we go for our own resources as well. That means they would like to come bring in data centers as a captive use as well. So we are in the process of even amending the captive rules. The draft has already been floated, wherein we are trying to enable them to even to the subsidiaries and other people as well. If they want to come in through that route as well, I think that there is a possibility. Next element that comes is, some people said, okay, can we have other applications? If not exactly as green, and with the nuclear, that means non-fossil, which suits to carbon-free, is the nuclear side of it. And nuclear, you must have seen that India is aggressively now progressing towards nuclear construct as well. With a capacity of around 8.8 gigawatt as of now, we are targeting around 100 gigawatt by 2047, of which at least in the fleet mode, which is already there. And today also, Honorable PM is inaugurating at Mahi Banswara, which will be a JV of NTPC and NPCIL. So such things have started coming, and every year you will find some nuclear units getting added up into the systems, which earlier used to take much more time, and the time period for this nuclear addition, you will find that it will reduce as we go along with a huge amount of certainty with the regulators and with the multiple developers which is going to come in this particular area. Good thing and good news for the data centers or green hydrogen type of a load is we are also working on the small reactors, SMRs, and maybe in few years from now, we should be in a position to have those kind of a construct as well. So if somebody wants to have their own setup, slightly away from the sun, because that requires a containment zone to be created, so those kind of a construct is also possible. So there are multiple options, multiple opportunities, and India is geared up to take and host all kinds of data centers which is likely to come in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shri Ghanshyamji, into the insights of India's power system. It is now my utmost privilege and honor to now invite our chief guest for the day, Shri Shripad Yaso Nayak ji, Honorable Minister of State for Power, New and Renewable Energy, to kindly address this august gathering.
नमस्कार श्री घनश्याम प्रसाद जी, चेयरमैन सेंट्रल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी अथॉरिटी, श्री राजेश कुलारी जी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ न्यू एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, डॉक्टर मोहम्मद रिहान जी, डायरेक्टर जनरल नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोलर एनर्जी, श्री माइकल पुंके जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ग्लोबल पब्लिक पॉलिसी अमेजन वेब सर्विसेज, Sri Deepak Gupta ji, IAS, retired, DG National Solar Energy Federation of India, Sri Subramaniam ji, CEO NS EFI, distinguished guests and dignitaries, industry leaders, global partners, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. At the outset, let me wish you all happy Navaratri. It has given me immense pleasure to join you all at the first Data Center Summit on Carbon-Free Energy, organized by the National Solar Energy Federation of India and powered by Amazon Web Services. I extend my warm congratulations to the organizers and my heartfelt greetings to all participants representing governments, industry, academia, and the civil society. This summit could not have come at a more appropriate time. As India strides forward as one of the fastest growing digital economies in the world, our dependence on data centers has multiplied. From Digital India initiatives like Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker, and DigiYatra, to the rapid growth of the e-commerce, AI, and cloud computing, data centers have become the backbone of our nation's digital future. But this backbone is energy incentives. Globally, data centers consume nearly 2 to 3% of the total electricity, and this share is expected to rise sharply with the AI revolution. India projected to add over 5 gigawatt of new data centers capacity by 2030, with investments of more than $10 billion in the next 5 years, must ensure that this growth is not only digital but also sustainable. Friends, already demonstrated the world that clean energy and economic growth can go hand in hand. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, India has achieved 50% of its installed electricity capacity from non-fossil fuel sources 5 years ahead of schedule. Our renewable energy capacity has grown more than fourfold in the last decade, and we are on the track to reach 500 gigawatt by 2030. The digital revolution and the clean energy revolution must now converge. This is why today's discussion on carbon-free data centers are so critical. We cannot build the India of the future on yesterday's energy system. The government has taken decisive steps to make this possible. The Green Open Access rule, which makes it easier to industry to directly procure the renewable power. Viability gap funding for battery energy storage system, ensuring the round-the-clock clean power for industries like data centers. The upcoming regulatory framework for virtual power purchase agreement, which will provide the flexible and cost-effective solution for corporates to decarbonize. Renewable energy consumption obligations, which encourage the large energy consumers, including the data center, to source a fixed portion of their power from clean energy. These measures are not only about the compliance, they are about the creating an ecosystem where sustainability becomes the default option. I also want to recognize the leadership of the Amazon Web Service in this domain. Amazon Web Service has been at the forefront globally in committing 100% renewable energy, and their investment in India sent a powerful signal that environmental responsibility and technological leadership go hand to hand. The launch of NSEFIS, Green Data Center Coalition, today is another milestone that will help the India's define a model of sustainable digital growth for the world. Friends, let us also remember that the energy transition is not only about the megawatts and gigawatts. It is about the job, skill, and innovation. Every new carbon-free data center built in India will create the green job, boost the indigenous manufacturing of renewable and storage system, and generate new business model for digital energy convergence. It is about the farmers supplying the biomass for clean energy, engineering the developing the next generation cooling system, and startups innovating in energy management. The path ahead is not without challenges. Scaling renewable procurement, integrating 24/7 clean power, building resilient grid infrastructure, and bringing down the cost of storage. But these challenges are also opportunities. They give us the chance to innovate, to collaborate, and to leapfrog. That is why platforms like this summit are so valuable. Today, we have leading companies, policymakers, and innovators in this room. Impine Energy, Averin CleanMax, Sunsure, Radiance Renewables, Control-S, Yata, Safety, Entity, ST Telemedia, and many others. Let us use this occasion not just to, but to commit to partnership, to investments, and to actionable roadmap. India's vision is clear. A digital economy powered by the carbon-free energy. This vision is aligned with our broader national goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat, energy security, and net zero by 2070. With the right mix of policies, innovation, and partnership, I am confident we can make India a global hub for sustainable digital infrastructure. Before I conclude, I want to leave you with one thought. The choice we make today is powering our data center will echo for decades. If we align digital growth with clean energy, we will not only strengthen our economy, but also safeguard our environment and create a legacy of sustainability for future generation. On this note, I once again congratulate NSCFI, AWS, and all partners for convening this landmark summit. May this be the beginning of a new chapter where India shows the world how the digital revolution, the clean energy revolution can advance together. With these words, I thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Shri Nayak ji. It is now time for the much-awaited launch of the Green Data Center Coalition logo and website, a landmark step in our journey towards sustainable and carbon-free digital infrastructure. May I now invite onto the stage, onto the dais, Shri Subramaniam Pulipaka ji, to please lead us into the launch.
Thank you very much, and Shri Shripad Yasho Nayak ji, Honorable MOS. So thank you for your leadership and guidance. I know today is a very busy day for you, and thank you for taking time out and giving us your words of encouragement as well as inspiration. As you rightly mentioned, and taking cue from your leadership and vision, NSCFI together with data center giants of India have launched NSCFI Green Data Center Coalition. We soft launched it last year, but today is the formal launch of the Green Data Center Coalition. It will be chaired by AWS and co-chaired by SIFI. NSCFI umbrella will be used for the Data Center Coalition. The broader objective of the coalition is, as even CA Chairman sir also rightly mentioned, whenever NSCFI goes into the room, we always talk about generation, RE and all, but we don't find ourselves in the discussion of demand at all. And data centers is something, like you rightly mentioned, we are at a precipice of immense potential of data revolution in the country. And we thought it is the right time to ensure data and clean energy go hand in hand, and every data that gets consumed is powered by clean energy. With this, I would now request you and Mr. Michael and other dignitaries on dais to kindly inaugurate and launch the logo of Green Data Center Coalition, along with the first look of the website of Green Data Center Coalition. I request NSCFI team to kindly do this.
Thank you so much, sir. If you can launch also. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all the esteemed dignitaries. Kindly be seated. In a mutual intent and interest for energy efficiency proliferation, and have a letter of intent that will be exchanged between NSCFI and TERI. May I request Mr. Alekhya Datta, Associate Director, Electricity and Renewables, TERI, to kindly join us on stage, and Ankur Kumar, Associate Director, Policy Regulatory, NSCFI, to kindly exchange this letter of intent in front of our esteemed dignitaries. As a small token of appreciation for this esteemed gathering and taking out time, we would like to present a small token of appreciation. I would now like to invite onto the stage Shri Vikram Sridharanji, Director India Public Policy, AWS, to kindly join us on stage and present a small token of memento to Shri Deepak Gupta ji. We now request Michael Punk and Shri Deepak Gupta ji to kindly present a token of appreciation to Honorable Shripad Yasso Naik ji. Kindly requesting Vikram Sridharan sir to please join us on stage again and present a small token to Shri Ghanshyam. Mr. Subramaniam Polipaka to present a small token of appreciation to Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji. Inviting Mr. Ankur Kumar from NSCFI to kindly present a memento to Dr. Mohammad Rehan. Mr. Subramaniam Polipaka to kindly felicitate Michael Punk. Thank you so much, esteemed dignitaries and all the audience. With this, we now conclude the inaugural plenary. I would like to request all of you to please join us for the first session at 12:30. Thank you so much, everybody, once again. There's a short 10-minute break for everybody, after which we'll resume with our first session right here.
Check one. check one. Hello, check one. Bass or? Thoda sa और. Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. A very good evening. Thoda volume down. Check one. Echo down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. This is your host, Rinka Simran. Hello. Hello, check one. Well, I request everyone to please be seated. थोड़ा सा echo इसका down करो. Echo बहुत ज़्यादा लग रहा है. कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते ना. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please be settled down. We're about to start the event in just 5 minutes. Check one. Check. Check. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your tea break and had some time to refresh and network. Okay, so yes, ladies and gentlemen, well, I am your host, Rinker Simran, and it is my immense pleasure to welcome you all on our first Data Center Summit or Carbon Free Energy, organized by National Solar Energy Federation of India and powered by Amazon. So I hope we all are ready for our first panel discussion. Are we, guys? So, well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, it is truly an immense pleasure that I see such a wonderful gathering just under one roof on time. And I hope we all are ready for our first panel discussion. So yes, let's get ready to dive into our first and the most important panel discussion on clean energy for data center, challenges and opportunities. And for the speakers, I will first likely to call Shri Karthikeyan Naren Sharma, co-founder and chief business officer, Sunshore Energy. I request, can we have Shri Karthikeyan Naren Sharma on stage, please? And I request everyone, can we have a huge round of applause? And for the next speaker, I would like to call Shri Subramaniam KV Senior Vice President, Business Development and Commercial Radiance Renewable. For the next speaker, I would like to call Shri Amit Kumar Mittal, CEO, Jindal India Renewable Energy. And for the next speaker, I would like to call Srimati Shubhra Thakur, Country Director, India, LDES Council. For the next speaker, we have Shri Alika Datta, Director, Electricity and Renewable TERI. I request everyone, can we have a huge round of applause? Please. And for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen, we have Shri Subramaniam Pulipaka, CEO, NSEFI. So over to you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, I think we have one more panelist here who is joining us. I would also request Mr. Kashish Bambani, Chief Strategy Officer of RPSG, to join us on stage. Now that he's here, I would request him to join us here on the stage so that we can focus the entire discussion throughout the scale of renewables and data centers. Alakya, please join us on stage. So very good afternoon to all of you. After a power-packed inaugural ceremony, it is only fitting that we actually focus on the power that goes to data centers. The context is very clear. Today's summit is focusing on carbon-free energy for data centers. We have divided the panels in two parts. First part talks about the carbon-free energy which is generated, and the second part talks about the consumption. Joining me today in this illustrious panel, we have a very healthy composition of utility players, C&I players. We also have with us Terry, of course, and also Long Duration Energy Storage Council to support us and to give us their insights. The context that I would sort of like to give before we begin the conversation is that we have today almost a gigawatt of installed capacity of data centers. It is not a mere coincidence, both data centers and our energy generation are measured in the same units. As we scale up data center capacity, we are also at the very good accelerated growth curve of our renewable energy. It makes more sense to talk about whether there is a possibility of creating dedicated instruments or forms of energy generation of renewables coupled with storage that can not only support the demand curve of data centers, which is also ideally the same, is in line with other consumption demand curves that we support, but also ensuring uninterrupted, redundant, oriented supply to data centers. So these are the two themes that I will currently base our discussion on. Maybe I'll start with Amit Ji from Jindal India. Amit Ji, you have seen the curve of generation, the players who are supporting data centers over the last 3-4 years. You are also fairly aware of how data centers requirements have emerged in the last 3-4 years and how, because of our current generation of immense AI potential and data, it is expected to scale up. From your perspective, what options today are readily available from a RE generation point of view that can support the requirements for data centers? Do we need to innovate more, given our own evolution curve of renewable energy, which now became more firm dispatchable, to meet the requirements of data centers? Over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a very, very appropriate question. No doubt the days have gone where only solar can take care of the power requirement, not only the data center, but even for the conventional power consumer. So I think if we speak with respect to the data center, there are two good things. One is that the requirement is huge, and the second thing is that it's more or less the firm power requirement which they require, and it's a pretty flat load. So I would say with the current scenario and with the current technologies, the first and immediate thing is that we have to design the proper power stack for the data center. The first thing on the top of the list is surely the RTC power. Today with the current technologies available, we can very easily go up to 80 to 85% of the CUF, which is as good as the other reliable source like thermal power plant. So I think that is certainly the top of the stack. We will see that more and more data center and the renewable energy PPA will be more on the RTC power. That goes without saying. But I think we can move even beyond that. As a data center, they can take few more initiatives which will further improve this thing. One of them is that they can also add part of the distributed power in their campus, either as a rooftop or behind the meter. And I would say that with the new policies coming, they should also put up the small battery storage, maybe 1 or 2 hours, where they can either arbitrage the power when the power is available more freely during the daytime. And more importantly, it will also act as a additional backup for them, and they can be free of the diesel power, because this dedicated battery storage in their premises can help further to take care of this emergency backup. And third thing, as it was discussed in the inaugural session also, that although the power curve is flat, but still there are few items like they can do the intelligent load distribution in a way that some of the very high intensity work, like running some specific models, or the some of the activities which takes a lot of energy, can be programmed in such a way that they are being used when the power is available, especially during the daytime when the power is available, much more freely as compared to the peak hours when there is a scarcity of the grid to meet those particular demands. So I think with 3-4 things, I would say that yes, the data center brings a very big opportunity, both for the in the renewable sector, to provide the green solution for this sector.
Thank you, Amitji, for that. And definitely, as even in the inaugural, Deepak Gupta ji mentioned, distributed RE also should play an important role. In that perfect segue, I would request Mr. Kartikeya from Sunshore. You also have been working very closely with the data center ecosystem. You already are supplying to them, and you are also aware of various nuances that are involved in powering data centers with RE. So from your perspective, where are we headed? And in terms of the product offerings that we are giving as RE, is there a scope for us to innovate? And if yes, then what should we do?
Thank you. Thank you, Subbu, for that question. See, I think data centers I've maintained thus far, and thus far we have seen the data center growth being very differentiated from, as compared to any other industrial use, right? So there are two aspects which are worth considering when you're thinking of powering data center growth, right? Because data centers, I think, as of today, are much more of a growth story than an actual consumption story in India, right? So the growth path that the data center industry is charting in India is unseen. And I think not just in India, actually, anywhere in the world. Very recently, I came across the fact that in the US, for the first time in 20 years, US is reporting a 4% year-on-year increase in power use, right? And that apparently is being driven by the AI boom, which is dependent on the data center growth. And if a country like the US, which has a power demand which is maybe 10x of India, can grow at 4%, just because data centers are coming in, you can only imagine what it's going to do to Indian power demand, right? It's going to very soon, if we follow the path that we are seeing in reports, by 2030 you will see that data center as an industry rivals the power use of traditional industries such as steel sector in some of India's largest steel producing states such as Maharashtra. So this growth story, right? And another thing that we see coming in from the hyperscalers, which is the FANG, Amazon and so on, is that they want power to be green from day one, right? So now picture this. You start working with a data center provider who today is using about 5 megawatts of power, but by the time your solar or your wind plant or a hybrid plant comes up, they are actually expected to go from 5 megawatt to 20 megawatt, which is in a period of maybe 18 months. So by the time you get there, there are in 18 months in a country like India, the kind of regulatory changes that can happen is, is another story in itself. So you might start out by saying that, hey, I'm going to do, to meet, let's say 20 megawatts of demand, I'm going to do about 20 megawatts of solar or 30 megawatts of solar, another maybe, 20 megawatts of wind, and maybe 50 megawatt hour of battery storage. But by the time you get there, you might realize that now you can only do about 15 megawatt of solar, but you might have to do 40 megawatt of wind and maybe 100 megawatt hour of solar to actually meet that demand of carbon-free energy in real time. So in infrastructure, you can't really, it's not a deck of cards that you can just reshuffle in real time. So I think that is the key problem that the carbon-free initiative for data centers is facing in India. I think the industry is very well prepared. We have the right kind of investors. We have the right kind of resources. to set up as much power as is needed for data centers, at least at the current scale at which we are. We are still not talking about gigawatt scale data centers, which is all the hype in the US right now. We are still looking at 100, 200 megawatt campuses, right? But in maybe 3 to 5 years, we'll be looking at gigawatt kind of campuses. So then it's going to be a different story. But I think two things are worth thinking about. One, do data centers get, or should data centers maybe get a different kind of treatment from the power system? In UP, for example, we've seen a deemed approval for distribution licensee movement for data centers. Some data centers have also exercised that rids them of a majority of regulatory challenges. Of course, it comes with its own baggages, such as, you have to have a regulatory approval for the PPAs that you sign, right? Which is not something which data centers are very, happy to do. So that's a trade-off. I hear that Maharashtra is maybe moving in the same direction. On the face of it, it looks interesting. So I think that's one bit. And then the other bit, of course, is how do we work with data centers as power producers to maybe create a coalition for certain plants wherein we figure out how do we, sell power maybe in the short term for some time or in the eventuality of a regulatory change, right? Those kind of contracts and lenders becoming comfortable with those kind of contracts, right? I would say those are the two broad areas worth thinking about right now.
Thank you for that, and maybe I'll come to the first point later, but on the second point of, short term and how investors can be, whether investors will be confident or not, I would like to bring in another Subramaniam onto this point from Radiance. So from Radiance perspective also, I mean, you also have a significant experience dealing with data centers and hyperscalers, and more or less now the challenges are well established. Going forward, especially working with states and navigating that not so simple regulatory landscape, what can be the best way out to, one, of course, safeguard RE side of interest, at the same time meet the demand requirement from DCs?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, let me congratulate you, Subbu, for setting up this connect, which is very essential between both industries, the RE industry as well as the data center industry, which is, as Karthik rightly pointed out, which is growing quite phenomenally in comparison to perhaps traditional industries, right? And the rate at which the AI requirements are driving data centers, coupled with data localization being more emphasized upon, right? This industry is perhaps driving a considerable part of growth in states like the one that I come from, Maharashtra, and as well as the most industrialized states. And if you look at the GSDP growth in these states, they're perhaps in the forefront. And they're again the states where the data centers are also putting up more and more capacity. Now, as once again pointed out by the panelists here, that it is quintessential for these data centers to have green power, for them to be operating in a sustainable manner. And now, a few factors that are driving, and the reason why we can call this growth to be very encouraging is the rack size and the amount of kilowatts that are sitting on one rack has also been increasing multifold. Every quarter you see the rack size increasing with more data coming in. So the point is, and the power utilization efficiency numbers are also being looked upon very seriously by the data centers. So the one thing that perhaps is needed is for the, coming back to your question about policy, is for the states to also, and we can't wish away from the fact that power is a concurrent matter. I think in the opening panel, Honorable Minister was mentioning about the green energy open access rules. Today, honestly, I can't go ahead and talk about green energy open access rules in a very open manner, given the Karnataka High Court has stayed there, right? If a High Court stays these rules in one state, it is as good as applicable in the rest of the country. So I can't go and plead in front of an ERC also and say, look, this is what the rule says and this is how you interpreted it. And since you had asked me about policy, I would be a little upfront also, because the panel here is composed of both industry as well as few of the regulatory officials also. So right now, it is quite possible to get a 24/7 firm dispatchable renewable energy, but it comes at a cost, right? And to a good extent, even if this cost could be lesser than what perhaps the grid power is in most of these states, barring a few states where the power cost is still very lower in the range of 5.5 rupees a unit or even sub that. But in most states, we can come with a reasonable solution to migrate from maybe zero RE to 100% RE, given where battery energy storage system is today, coupled with a bit of pumped storage, right? And we need a bit of all these taps working, you know. It's not that one solution is the most sought after than the other. But what seems to be missing is how does the regulator or the policy makers actually provide a segue into this? So you let the industry evolve by giving constraints, or you let the industry evolve by actually providing a proactive, forward-looking approach, and then allowing them to move forward, right? So I think what seems to be missing is the later, that of course the central government has mandated that every RE plant that is coming up should come up with at least 10% of storage. And I think very few states have taken cognizance of it. And even we go step back and look at what happened in the Green Energy Open Access rules also, that when the rules were actually introduced, a 6-month timeline was given for all the ERCs to actually bring them into, you know, implementation. But it seems to be that those ERCs who have recognized the rules first have been put under a pressure to stay them and then redraft them, right? So, so there is a much needed semblance between what perhaps the center speaks about this and how the states enact this. And the other risk, like Karthik pointed out, 18 months itself seems to be a challenging, you know, time to assume the regulations to remain stable, right? The point is you plan to set up your data center, you kind of put in your investments, you try to get your first floor up after all your permissions, and you have your first client coming in. And by such a time, if the regulatory environment changes in the state, you can't really think of powering it 100% with RE, or forget about 100%, even 80%, 50% with RE. So, and that's the side of the data centers. Now look at the side of the renewable energy investors. Like, once again, as Karthik pointed out, infrastructure is not like a deck of cards that you can shuffle it whenever you feel like it. We put in money behind plants for a 7-year gestation period, and after that we start earning the returns, right? And here we are in environs where the multi-year tariff orders get fiddled with every year, though they are deemed as multi-year tariff orders, right? These are some things that perhaps I would say the bureaucrats as well as the, while policymakers and political masters will definitely be pro whatever is growth, pro, evolution of industry to the next level. But I think these finer details and actually ensuring that policy stability is there for data centers and RE suppliers to actually continue this dance forward is very, very important. And needless to say, we have it all. As I already mentioned, that even if you couple solar plus a little bit of wind and BESS, and wherever you have gaps, you use some pumped storage, you can definitely go 24/7 RE, and it is not a challenge. But can you plan it and then implement it without hoping for no changes in the near future? In the near future is what's the challenge. And then the long term, like all these projects have a gestation period, and it is something that is known to the authorities also. So they should consider avoiding changes in the policy, within those gestation periods, because investors will come with a certain outlook, and if this outlook gets meddled with every now and then, that enthusiasm with which they would have perhaps invested back in 2015, 2016 may not, and until up till recently, may fizzle out. And that's the risk that I think I see very clearly right now with a few states, barring the very positive moves from the center. Yeah, thanks. I hope I could maybe not give an answer, but at least address the problem.
No, you definitely did, and I think at the center of all the discussions that we are having on technology generation and round the clock. Policy, of course, is, inevitably the main hinge on which everything centers on. Before I move on to the storage part, I would now like to direct my next question to Kashish ji. One thing we often don't discuss when it comes to any consumption is the transmission. And although Purva is definitely now going to be one of the largest IPPs, and you are also supporting utilities as well as C&I consumers, from your perspective, what is the best way to utilize the transmission assets for data centers? Because in the morning, Chairman CA mentioned to me, I don't know whether he told it in public, but he said, why don't we have data centers at our RE generation hubs itself, so that I can de-stress my transmission infrastructure. But at the same time, data centers would prefer being at the clusters where there is more consumption. So is there a way we can strike the balance to de-stress our intensity on transmission, or can we figure out a way to optimally utilize the transmission?
To me, data center definitely is a next-gen lucrative demand center or market. We are already seeing many developments happening on the distribution licensee or REIA or the bulk load, and the demand is getting slower in that front. So definitely this is a market which will evolve over the period. It's yes that if we have it on the RE pooling station or the near the hubs, there would be lesser requirement of the transmission. But at the same time, it also depends on where the network connectivity these data centers will be having. Whether they will really have to have it in Gujarat, run of Kutch desert, or say Himachal deserts or Rajasthan deserts. I don't think they would be preferring at the first stage. That may evolve over the period, but not at this stage, at the nascent stage. So the kind of growth what we are anticipating near the urban cities, that will prevail for some more time. So it will take time for this market to mature. Till then, it will happen like that. But yes, on the ISTS front, they can opt as an GNA RE product on the load side. That may happen because definitely ISTS gives them more kind of a reliable supply source as compared to intrastate or the distribution state. So yes, if they evolve as a product on ISTS by directly consuming from those stations at 220 kV level, they will get that advantage and some deferment of the transmission as well. But for that, we need to have the stable kind of policies and regulatory framework. We all know on the source side, we are struggling on many issues. New evolving regulatory requirements like X factors and DSM and going away of transmission charges. If we can do something about those kind of incentives again for data centers, like say hypothetically transmission charge waiver extensions, then of course that will encourage these kind of loads to be set up on RE, on the ISTS itself, and they will be getting benefited out of diverse CS RE generation pockets also. Because if you go only to the states, you will have different kind of sourcing profiles, and especially the kind of non-RE resource-rich belt, they will not be enjoying those benefits of procuring RE from the Rajasthan, Gujarat and those kind of hubs, especially after the June 28 timelines of the waiver going up. But yes, what I feel, if they come on the ISTS, definitely the kind of requirement of say filters, harmonics, or say any standards requirement, they have to be evolved now. There should not be anything which comes up later and surprise anyone on the load front also. So that impacts the investor sentiment. So I would propose that if standards come up front, then it would be really great for such kind of investors or the demand center utilizations.
Thank you. I think we got our first recommendation as formally as Green Data Center Coalition. We'll write to CA asking for ISTS waiver for data centers and data centers alone. But thank you for that perspective. I would now like to move on to Alekhya ji, and we also have Shubhra from LDS. You're already working closely with data centers, and you're sort of supporting them and guiding them in their journey to carbon-free energy. How has your experience been so far? And we have heard from our RE generation side point of view, we are in a cobweb of regulatory and policy evolution, and demand side itself is undergoing another renaissance in key states. So where do you see us meeting the two complex worlds of data center or consumption and generation meeting? And if there are any recommendations from your side. And then I'll go to Shubhra for insights on storage.
I think, Subbu, first of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here. So I would like to present a couple of facts. I think recently with Niti Aayog, we have estimated kind of a demand for data centers that will be coming by 2070. So just to share, Subbu, the numbers is, it's coming around 400 terawatt hour by 2070. And having said that, the overall energy demand, electricity demand that we are seeing by 2070 is 18,000 odd terawatt hours. So if you see, it is hardly 2%. Okay. So of course, same thing we are talking about the EVs also, because EV also consume a lot of electricity. But again, the 5% maximum or 5 to 6% maximum demand that we are seeing, particularly by 2070. So having said that, the growth is unprecedented, but the actual consumption, by even if you take a longer years like 2070 and all, that is not much if you contribute into the overall electricity consumption that we have. But the problem is when we talk about carbon-free data centers or 24/7 RE power to the data centers, then there is a challenge. I think one of the fellow panelists, sir, talked about, 100% RE, it will come at a cost. So recently we did a study with Ember, and we have seen if you go beyond 65% of RE, for the industry we have done, not for the data center per se, so there is a 3 times of investment for the other infrastructure, like on the storage, on the grid. That is something we need. So how to achieve it? So maybe, as at present, if you see the data center or any of the industry, the most of the instruments that people are using in open access, provided there is a ISTS waiver and things are there for next year or so I think it will be finished by June or supposed to be over by June. So that could be a deterrent, because if you see majority of the states, the open access is always cheaper than the grid cost. But if you remove those, then of course it will be much more costlier. But there are options like the FDRE tender that we have seen for MP, Morena. They have talked about 2.7 rupees for, I think, 600 megawatt solar and 400 megawatt hour of storage. I think, of course, we have not seen plant on the site. Definitely, it will come. There are a lot of tendering that we are pricing discoveries are happening. But having said that, there are options available. So just to conclude or provide a recommendation, so data center, or if we want to achieve 100% carbon-free or 100% renewables, then of course there is a role of storage, both short duration as well as the long duration. I think Subhra is also in the panel. She can talk about better. I think CSP, nuclear, I don't think, because I'm not saying because we are also working on both the topics, but we are saying because the gestation period is too long, because nobody wants to wait. Because if you see the Jaitapur nuclear power plant, the tariff was agreed around 5.5 rupees at that point of time when the plant will alive, but because it is not there. So it will take another 15 years to build up the plant. The SMR, the technology, the tender is there, but we know there is hardly any manufacturing will happen, or the privatization will happen. So I think the battery storage and this long duration storage, I think that would be the option we can combine with the RE to provide the 100% RE power.
Thank you for sharing the insights. And yes, given today's scenario, RE is the only carbon-free source that is most feasible as well as accessible for powering data centers. Maybe I will now request Ms. Shubhra from LDS. Very often when we talk about generation and powering industry through clean power, storage becomes an option. But for data centers, it's a mandate and it's requirement. So how do you see the role of storage, especially the long duration storage, to support?
Long duration energy storage, has to play a big part over here when it comes to data centers, because the demand really is for the round-the-clock power, and it's not like just meeting demand at the time of some peak for the grid or when it is just 2 hours or 4 hours peak happening, but it's more round the clock, more based on the kind of operations data centers have. But just to put things in perspective, I just wanted to shed some light first on globally the kind of numbers that are expected. So in terms of the current demand of approximately 80 gigawatt of demand by data centers currently, this will almost triple to somewhere around 220 gigawatts in 2030 alone. And we don't even know like what it will get to in 2040 or 2070. And at the same time, major economies and then even companies have targets on net zero. So there is this important balance between, let's say, meeting your net zero commitments or low carbon commitments, and also looking at which are the right sort of technologies or options that data centers can really rely on. And also to familiarize the group more with what long duration energy storage is. So there are 4 major categories, and when I speak of long duration energy storage, I am talking about storage options and technologies that store power for 8+ hours, and also, in a continuous discharge cycle, provide power for 8+ hours and more. And this can go to months and seasons of storage as well. So we have largely 4 categories of technologies that are there, including electrochemical, which is of course your batteries, various chemistries, sodium, zinc, iron-based chemistries, and many more, to move from critical minerals or just dependence on lithium ion to look at what's more cost-effective and lesser degradation on a long-term horizon of 15 to 20 years of asset cycle. And then we also have mechanical storage, which is compressed air based, liquid air based, PSP included in this segment. But when you compare the gestation period, of course, plants that are compressed air or liquid air have much lesser gestation period. I just want to quickly give you an overview of these technologies. Then we also have thermal storage, which is again, in a big way commercializing around the world. And we see usability not just on the grid side, but also different industries, data centers included. Then on the chemical side, of course, we have hydrogen derivatives and other such chemicals which provide for long duration storage. So the key aspect where long duration energy storage comes in and complements the procurement strategies for renewables, some considerations by RE developers and also data center owners in a big way, is to shift large volumes of the renewable power to store electricity and use it at a time of use. So it is not just 2 hours or 4 hours batteries, but entire system that will take away the power to avoid curtailment, and also when there is more generation and there is a possibility of the power getting wasted, not being utilized in the grid, but to store it in assets which can provide you long durations of storage, and then be that asset in a cost-effective manner to provide for the power usage at the time of use. So currently what's happening, usually in data centers is when there is an outage or let's say a power disconnection, 5 to 15 minutes period is when the lead acid batteries or the, now data centers also moving to lithium ion batteries, that kicks in for the 5 to 15 minutes period. And then they come back to fossil energy. So the dependence on fossil energy is there in a big way, which is again happens to be one major challenge for data centers, especially when we are talking about energy transition or meeting our net zero commitments. So the balance between reducing costs when it comes to utilizing cheaper renewable power, storing it, and also using it at a time of use, the entire cycle, and then ensuring that you have your net zero commitments met. I think that's where LDES definitely plays a big role. Another important thing I think is securing firm grid connections. So securing firm grid connection again is a big challenge for data centers today because, I mean, when we're talking about hyperscalers going to 40 megawatt to 50 megawatt of capacity, there is no reliability in terms of a firm power that can be provided at the time of need. And therefore, we also speak of LDES assets which can be used as off-grid or mini-grid sort of assets, wherein you have localized generation of power, store it in LDES assets, and then utilize it at a time of use. And also more decentralized way of just how data center reliability can be improved. So decentralized data centers, and something I was also talking with Deepak sir today, decentralized data center locations and also decentralized storage assets as based on geographical needs and conditions of that area, which could be more suited to supplying power at the time of use. So this is what I can actually, tell where this comes as a big component of really balancing out that need and also reducing costs in the long-term horizon. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for giving that perspective, and definitely energy storage is going to play an integral role in our country's energy transition journey, but it also looks like it is inevitably the central player for our green data centers also. I know we are running out of time, and I know there are a lot of questions that our audience would like to ask the panelists, but one last round of a common question to all of you is, if at all we would want to make a wish list, more realistic wish list, less utopian, facilitating green power to data centers, what are your top 2 suggestions? I'll maybe start with Amit ji first, and then we'll go in the same order.
I think one of the wish lists, as most of the panelists has told, is the policy. I think that is one of the biggest pain points, that we need the clarity on the policy, and especially what we are seeing that as far as the central policies are concerned, they are quite consistent. They are at least speak of 3 to 5 years of ahead. Let's take of ISTS waiver. Like there was a date given, and although the people were on the both sides of the things that it should extend or should not extend, but the government was very firm. Say we have declared a date and let's stick to it. Otherwise, there is no end to it. So it's good. It will affect some people in either way. But what we are seeing, especially at the state level, and because electricity is a concerned subject, we see that a lot of flip-flop happening on the state side. So the policy certainty is, I think, is one of the topmost thing. Second thing is, as a continuation of the same thing, that as the data center, like going ahead, we have to have the decentralization. We can't have that the power being generated somewhere and being transported to a long distance. So, and good thing is that many of the RE-rich states are also having a very good IT infrastructure. Like if we take of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Telangana. So obviously there is the system is going to be that whichever is the RE-rich states, why don't you utilize the STU network in that rather than the ISTS network? So again, it comes back to the point that the clarity and sort of uniformity in the state level policy, especially in the open access, will go a long way in terms of creating a very predictable market for the data center, and not only data center, but rest of the energy. So I would, in the interest of the time, I'll just restrict myself to this thing. Let other panelists make other wish list.
Thank you. Mr. Subramanian.
Yeah, so very pertinent question. Yeah, like Amit said, there has to be a respect to the long-term open access agreements that are being signed by the data centers in the states. I mean, these are, there are attempts being made to retrospectively implement laws. You know, I mean, this is wrong, right? And that, for that, if, you know, industry has to go to courts, judiciary, and then escalate in higher levels of judiciary, this speaks about the, I would say the side effects of democracy. So we should, states should proactively encourage policy stability, particularly with respect to power sourcing. I think a wild wish list, but then I'll still say it out, that any DC which signs up for green power can perhaps be given a waiver of a cross subsidy, irrespective of whether they're doing captive or not, So, because you want DCs to come to the state, do this. At one point, Karnataka did this, and that's where the leapfrogging really started. So, waive off cross subsidy for DCs which are signing up for green power. Yeah. With that, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Karthikeyan.
I was trying to think of a wish list for renewable energy, but I think whatever is coming to my mind is more about making sure that data centers are able to come in and take foot in India, right? And from a power perspective, the way they're, they end up spending a lot of money on contract demand, but not using, like I said, it's a growth story, not a consumption story. So a lot of states have this issue between contract demand and its relation to the amount of open access, whether under long-term open access or whether under GNA that certain data centers can contract. I think that needs a better framework which allows data centers to not maybe spend disproportionately on contract demand while they are able to book open access capacity so that they can get round-the-clock renewable energy.
Great. Kashiji.
Yeah, on the state front, Shubhra also mentioned about the issues of curtailments and more requirement of the BESS, long-term storage duration. I think some part of that can be handled through the ISTS connectivities directly on the stations. So I think we should have an open market. Let DCs choose whatever mode they want to have, be it intra-state or interstate. It won't matter much from the transmission point of view because they will be having that presence and will be having those connectivities in place. We would only need the base. So let them choose wherever they want to, irrespective that what advantages they are getting or not in intrastate. Second part, yes, incentivization or stable policy framework, that is all the more important. And the technical standards and connectivity requirement, whatever they are needed in terms of compliances. Or say CON4, the big word of CON4 from RE. That should be upfront defined in the CA regulation so that if anything comes in ISTS, they should be compliant to those requirements and they must be knowing in upfront that what are expected from those as a load.
So I think, Subbu, one of the wish list that I have, what as a coalition, I think what NCFE can do, because at present, if you see the renewable energy cost or the storage cost, we don't need any practical support or any kind of a viability support from the government yet. Rather, how we should approach to the government is, see, we have a coalition. And of course, NIC is also shortage of storage. So bring more private sector, invest into the data center in a particular state and ask them to use 100% RE power. Okay. So I think that will open up the market and the demand. And automatically, of course, you have the data center in the state as well as which is run by 100% RE power. I think that is something government can do without any kind of a financial implication in the union account. I think that is my suggestion to the coalition, if how you can advocate the government.
Thank you. Ms. Shubhra.
I think the wish list that I have is obviously related to LDES, and it would be to first classify LDES as a known asset class so that there could be other market reforms that could come by, which is to really look at rewarding the flexibility and reliability. Other capabilities of LDES, which is long-term energy shifting, arbitrage, frequency response, which is nanoseconds to microseconds, and so on. And then when we look at, of course, co-located assets or captive LDES assets along with data centers, those could also be suppliers of electricity to the grid and, rather strengthen the transmission network, which, in some way brings big costs to data centers. So it could be the other way around as well. So working on policy and regulatory frameworks around that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for giving us your recommendations and wish list, and it's really heartening to see that we are almost all of us are on the same page. I'm actually very much eagerly looking forward to listening to the data center perspective in the second half and see how we can bridge the requirements and send a white paper to both our Power Ministry as well as MeitY. We have almost 5 minutes for questions, and I now open the floor. Please introduce yourself, and please also let us know. Please only pose a question instead of making any statement. My colleague Muskan and my Rahul are with the mic, so please raise your hand and then they will identify you and pass on the mic. This one here. Can you check if it's switched on? It's on.
Hello. I'm K.K. Srivastava from Bright Solar Greece. I really listening to intellectuals in terms of new policies, guidance to policymakers and political leaders. I have one humble suggestion in that. If we talk of incentivizing rural data center using green energy on the basis of agro-photovoltaic projects, it will make our country much more bigger, richer, and greater, and not just make big towns and big cities bigger, right? I actually have a project, so rather than speaking further, I dream that if I can do it in one of your forum, I'll demonstrate that as a case study. But what I need, the reason I came to this question is government, whether state government or central government, whether they fight or don't fight, I don't care, should incentivize such program. And that gives us an opportunity to build it up and gift it to nation.
Sure, thank you for that observation, and we'll definitely make sure this is well represented. As far demonstration is concerned, you can wait for the next panel. There you'll find most of your consumers there, and you can definitely have that conversation with them. Next, yeah, one question here. Yeah, please go ahead.
My name is Suresh Tripathi, and I am from Australia, based in Melbourne, the last 35 years. My question is that there are challenges in collaborating government with private sector about setting up a data center, which actually I just found more like on paper but not in implementation. For example, if we are having a data center with carbon-free sort of style, then how we can implement, what is the process, business process, what is the regulatory requirement, what is the data security and compliance with cyber security, what is the infrastructure as a services, what is a platform as a services, what is the data as a services of the data center, what is the capability, how big the data center we need, how to actually have a more energy efficient data center, and how to have a cloud platform, because nowadays we solve industry problem by developing a robust cloud platform using AWS or Microsoft or GCP, whatever the tools are, cloud provider available. My question is that how we can basically implement and make it success in India with cost effective way, with totally carbon free sort of style.
I mean, maybe Amitji, yeah.
Maybe I'll just give another example. So maybe what you're talking is that we can have a sort of concept of data center park, like which was sort of implemented initially for the solar also, where it can be plug and play. So instead of every company, of course, the very big one will be separate, but there will be some smaller data centers. So the concept can be that land, permitting, the green power, the water for the cooling and other things, all can be provided by one central agency and including the permitting, and it can be plug and play sort of solutions that depending upon your need, you can take that much of quantum from that path, so that instead of everyone going through the same cycle again and again, a developer develops that infrastructure and then it eases out the setting up of the data center rather than going a lot of time into the permitting and creating the other enabling infrastructure for that. That could be one solution.
Adding on to what Amitji mentioned, you must have seen the website that was launched by Honorable MOS in the morning, and you will get access to the link. So the Green Data Center Coalition website now has state-wise comparison of data center specific policies as well as green energy policies, and there's a comparison of which state is doing better or which state is not doing better, and which states have more data centers, how many of the data centers in a state are procuring green energy. All of those are at one place. And I think by 15th or 18th of next month, the green energy open access rules of each state will also be juxtaposed. I mean, at NSCFI, we already have that is accessed by our members, but we'll now also put it on the data center platform also, so that data centers can also use that to make decisions. Do we have any more questions? We have time for one more question. No? Then I think on that note, we will conclude today's panel. I would again like to thank for all our fellow panelists for their time and insights. It has been a real pleasure moderating this session. We also have one more equally, or if not more, invigorating session just after lunch, where we will also get to hear the perspective from data center providers themselves. Over to you.
Thank you so much to our moderator and all our speakers for such an insightful and enriched session. And thank you so much. It was truly a pleasure to see such an attentive audience. Well, thank you so much. And now I request to our moderator, Sri Subramanian, to please felicitate all our speakers with a token of appreciation. And I request everyone, can we have a huge round of applause for our moderator and all our speakers? Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our moderator and to all our speakers. Now I request each one of you to please come forward for a group picture. Well, once again, everyone, I request you all, can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much, everyone. Now I request you all to please be settled down, and I'm sure now we all look forward for a delicious lunch. Are we, guys? Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 45-minute quick lunch break, and we'll meet here exactly by 3:30. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll be taking a quick 45-minute break, and we'll meet here by 2:45. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, I really love the flower on your. Check one, volume. Well, I request everyone to please step inside. We're about to start our next panel discussion in just 5 minutes. I request each one of you to please step inside, everyone. We're about to start our next panel discussion on carbon-free energy for data centers, shaping the energy transition in just 5 minutes. And I request everyone to please settle down. Thank you. Check. Well, I request everyone to please settle down. We're about to start our next panel discussion in just a few minutes. I request people, those who are at the back, please settle down. We're about to start our next panel discussion in just a few minutes. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, I request each one of you to please settle down. We're about to start our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and get yourself to recharge yourself. Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next panel discussion. But once again, here extend a very warm welcome to each one of you on our first Data Center Summit on Carbon-Free Energy, organized by National Solar Energy Federation of India and powered by Amazon. So I hope we all are ready for our next panel discussion. It's my humble request to each one of you, can we please do the chit chat later? Thank you so much. So yes, for the next panel discussion on carbon-free energy for data centers shaping the energy transition, I would like to call all our speakers on stage, and I request everyone, can we have a huge round of applause one by one for all our speakers? So first, I would like to call Shri Nimesh Thakur, Vice President, Hyperscalers, Sales India Head, Entity Global Data Centers. Shri Samir Guduru, Director, Digital Economy US IBC. Shri Sindhu Sharma, General Manager, Head of ESG, Nextra by Airtel. Shri Rahul Prakash, our Senior Director, GTM Strategy and Vertical Management, Global Stanley Black and Decker Inc. And our moderator, Shri Gurpreet Singh, MD, ICF India. And for the contest setting, I would like to call Mr. Vineet from ICF on stage. Can we have Mr. Vineet for the presentation? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the after lunch session, and I understand it can be a little heavy, so I'll try not to increase your coffee needs. Just a brief about what the panel would discuss in a few moments. The table of contents, I'll give you a brief overview of the DC market, data center market that we currently have, the requirement of green power by DCs, then market enablers that we have, and what are the procurement models that a data center can opt for procuring green power. Starting with a market overview, so currently, if we see, the majority of data centers are located in the state of Maharashtra. In terms of cities, if we talk about the key hubs, we have Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, and Bangalore. But in recent times, due to the expedited growth that we have seen in data centers, there are emerging activities happening in tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. If we talk about the power demand that data centers have, so currently we see around 2 to 3 gigawatt of power requirement for data centers, which is expected to grow to 10 gigawatts by 2030. Now we see that the power requirement is increasing by 4 to 5x. We also see that we have a target of 500 gigawatts by 2030. We also have our NDC targets, net zero by 2070. In terms of corporates, the data center consumers that we have, we understand that they have their own RE pledges, they have their own ESG targets. But if we talk about the grid supply that we have, though we have reached 50% of non-conventional power in terms of installed capacity, the power supply is close to 70% by coal today. And when we talk about green data centers, the solution that comes right in front of us is having green power for these data centers so that we achieve we mutually achieve our targets of national level as well as for these corporates that are going for their data center requirements. When we talk about green power, a data center will have three options, major three options. The first one is they can either procure from a DISCOM, they can opt open access, or they can go through the certificate mode. In terms of DISCOM, obviously all three choices comes with their own pros and cons. In terms of DISCOMs, the power comes, you'll have a continuous stable supply, but the power will come at a premium. The green power will come at a premium. In terms of open access power, it unlocks your cost saving potential. However, there are regulatory challenges that you'll have to navigate. There are infrastructure challenges that you'll have to navigate. If we talk about the certificate mode, again, if you're going for a simple REC, it will add to some of your cost. If we are talking about VPPAs, which are talk of the town, currently talk of the town, then it might bring some financial risks to you. So we know that in India, consumers are very tariff sensitive. And when it comes to tariff sensitive, the best option that we could see here is having some procurement mode, which unlocks your cost saving potential, and that is your open access power. So we can leverage the current infrastructure, the current framework that we have in India to unlock or to achieve the most out of the open access power that we have. When we see in terms of, so what this open access power brings, it will bring you reliability, it will bring you cost savings, it will bring you, so in terms of potential, we have, if we go by the recent RE potential that NISE has published in terms of solar, also including the wind potential, we have only tapped in close to 4% of the installed capacity that's there. So there's a huge potential. If we come to talk about cost, the open access or the green power cost that we currently have in India in terms of generation is among the lowest across the globe. So these are some of the benefits that can be leveraged by data center operators and consumers to procure green power. Also in terms of qualitative and quantitative benefits that the data center consumers will get. In qualitative, they'll have their in qualitative, they'll have financing, they'll have investor confidence. In terms of quantitative, they can go for, in quantitative terms, they can go for savings in terms of how they are procuring their power. Some of the market enablers in terms of policy that these data center consumers or data centers currently have in India in terms of national policies, right from investor confidence, right from quick investments, green financing. You talk about the, right from green investment, you talk about the benefits in terms of part tariff waiver, in terms of your transmission corridors. So all these benefits can be availed in terms of state instruments that are enabling data centers today. We can talk about the incentives that these states are providing in terms of electricity duty exemption, in terms of your stamp duty exemption. Some states are even offering you benefits in the tariffs that are applicable to data centers. So all these policy push, all these market conditions that we currently have, it's the stage is set for data centers to procure green power and fulfill their commitments, help the country achieve their targets in terms of going green. So for a data center, if they want to go green, there is some issue with the, okay. So in terms of data centers, if they want to go green and through open access mode, what you need to do, some basic homeworks that you would need to do is, firstly, understand your load pattern, how your load pattern is. Understand your load pattern, assess the regulatory feasibility, assess the cost benefits that you have to avail, and based on the procurement mode that you want to go for, you can then assess the infrastructure requirements that you would need to have. So if I draw a process of open access power, some homeworks in terms of, firstly, you would need to understand your load, then understand the regulatory feasibility, then assess the cost of different procurement options that you have. Then select your procurement model, assess the infrastructure requirement that you would be having, and then let's say if you opt for group captive or third-party open access, go for the tendering process. So that's the brief. That's a wrap-up of the points that I was having. Now I would be pleased to hand it over to Gurpreet to take you through this interactive session panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello, can you turn on the mic? It's on? Excellent. Thank you, Vineet, for that theme presentation and setting the context. And with that, we now move on to the panel discussion. I am delighted to have this esteemed panel with me, people who come from different backgrounds and different organizations and bring different perspectives. So I'm looking forward to this conversation and hearing thoughts from all of you. But before I start, I have to say we have an interesting challenge on our hand. People have just come back from lunch. They are well fed. It's a nice, cool room, and you know the rest. So the challenge is how we keep it interactive, how we keep it fun. So we don't want to bore them with all, what they've heard in the morning. Let's try and get something new. So saying something new, let me actually start by requesting each one of you to maybe just take a minute to introduce yourself and tell everyone how you got into this data center business. How are you this is something new which is of course coming up, and I'm sure you have very illustrious and colorful pasts as well. So look forward to just some anecdotes about your background in data centers. So we can just start from that side. Yes.
Hi, all. Good afternoon. Thank you so much to Subbu for the opportunity. When he sort of sent me an email to join this conversation, I was taken aback because I'm not an energy policy guy. I'm a tech policy guy. So what I do is policy advocacy. I work for an organization called the US India Business, which is a part of the US Chamber of Commerce. As you all know, it's not surprising that there are not too many conversations at this point happening on renewable energy for obvious reasons. I don't have to mention and delve into them, but you're all aware of what's happening. I have a background in physics, and previously I used to work with the Ministry of External Affairs in the new Emerging and Strategic Technologies Division. I cover tech policy broadly, issues related to AI, emerging technologies, and aerospace and defense. Looking forward to a wonderful conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Samir. Coming from MEA into USIBC, all the best. You're at the right place at the right time. Nimish, can I request you to?
Hello, everyone. Very good afternoon, and thank you for having us here. It's indeed a pleasure. So I represent NTT GDC, a data center vertical of NTT. More than 1.5 decades of directly and indirectly associated with data center have seen the journey. And this is the era where I can say that this is most exciting era, especially in a data center business line. We are seeing the hockey stick curve, and crossing my fingers, I think this will still keep growing. There are lull period in between. Today's discussion, we will have more interactive to know more about how we can collaborate together, because data center will not be able to sustain by itself until the time we don't have a support from regulators, peer partners, and so on, right? Thank you once again.
Thank you, Nimish. And as you said, hockey stick curve, it's great that at this time, Indian hockey team is also doing well. So the Indian data centers should also hopefully, follow the same trend. Thank you. Next, can I request you, Rahul, to just...
Thank you so much. First of all, thanks to Subramaniam, Varun also for having me here, inviting me to this stage. Brief about me, I represent Stanley Black & Decker. If I say for the people who doesn't know that, it's almost over 180-year-old company, started in somewhere in 1845. We are the leading solution provider in terms of the hardware solutions. That includes a lot of automation systems, power tools that goes into every industry, every sector. So we have got our presence in all the automobile companies, you name it, and we have one of our product in one of the every car that run on the road. On the non-automotive side, we have got a huge presence in electronics. We are making a good stride into data centers, nuclear energy, solar energy, and power generations as well. And I lead the overall business strategy for all the focus verticals, including today in the context of our discussion. I lead the global data centers vertical. That includes all the 3 regions. We focus on North America, Europe, and Asia primarily. Background-wise, I come from majorly automotive background. If I say, I moved into this industry 4 years ago. Before that, 12 years, I've worked with Mercedes-Benz in different functions. worked in India, worked in their headquarters in Germany, moved to Japan for a couple of years, back to India last year. So that's about
Thank you.
me.
Thank you, Rahul. Welcome. And I was discussing with Rahul just before this, and of course we all know Black & Decker. For years we've known the tools that they make. And he told me a very interesting fact that the Black & Decker, he said, is part of every car, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, in some way or the other, and it comes in, and many other things. So slowly they'll all come out in the discussion. Rahul, next, I'd like to, Sindhu, I'd like to come to you and just request you to give us some interesting background about yourself as well.
Thank you. Am I audible? I represent Nestra by Airtel. We are a group company of Bharti Airtel Group. We have India's largest network of data centers with us. More than 140 plus data centers spanning across 65 cities in India. Having a mix of edge, enterprise, core, and hyperscale campuses. I'm with I would say Bharti Airtel Group around more than 8 years now. Currently leading the ESG sustainability space, including energy sourcing for Nestra business.
Thank you, Sindhu. And since I've asked you all, fair to just give a background about myself as well. So I've been in the energy business for more than 20 years, worked in different geographies and different parts of energy. Very interesting to be now looking at energy for data centers because that's a big growth area, for our company as well. We are advisors. We are a US company, but present globally. And we are seeing the kind of demand for electricity go through the roof, even in the US. And even in India, we are expecting the demand to be significantly increasing with data centers coming in. So great time to be here and very interesting to have this conversation. Before I begin the discussion, I want to again ask one quick question. Maybe just, all of you, what are your thoughts on where this industry will be in 2030? What do you think the size of this industry will be quickly before we get into questions?
So I think one of the key elements, obviously, since we are in the AI revolution, I was in Silicon Valley over the last few weeks, and the overarching theme everywhere, wherever you go, you see all these ads of agentic AI and all the billboards having similar ads. So I think AI obviously is going to be a major sort of player when it comes to data centers, obviously from the point of view of storage and compute and analysis and access to hardware. So this is an element that obviously needs its own sets of policies. I hope the government is sort of looking at what is coming up in the future. I know there are some tangential elements to the overarching AI policy and development of AI and things of that nature, but are we actually taking into consideration the amount of data storage facilities that are actually required for your AI progress going forward, and considering all the various aspects and the sectors that AI is going to impact? So are we braced for that impact? So I think by 2030, I think if we sort of get this clear and establish concrete policies to sort of take off, I think that will probably be something that bodes well for India at large. So this is my sense. I think we sort of have to look at data center policy and align with our larger AI policies.
Thank you. And I think all great points. And, our analysis at least indicates that we are expecting 10 gigawatt potential by 2030. I don't know if any of you want to hazard a guess, but, that's what we see. Nimish, do you want to comment on that?
Rightly said, the 10 gigawatt which you talked about, let me quantify in a power term. Currently, I may be wrong, just correct me if I go wrong, right? We are currently using less than 1% of total power. And by 2030, it's projected that data center will be using around 3% of total power generated in India, right? Now, if you have to quantify, and let me quantify from my company perspective, that my mid-term and a little longer term projection is 800 to 1 gigawatt, right? A standalone one company in India has such a projection. There are so many data centers players coming in. And why this? What is the strength of India? Is the 140 crore brains. 140 crore brains are generating so much of data, structured, unstructured data, AI coming in, spinning so much of CPUs, GPUs. And all this are going to add something in terms of power, right? And the way I see in the first panel, someone was talking about taking data centers to the tier 2, tier 3, maybe further beyond the tier 1. And that is already happening. Everyone wants to give people a better experience. Today's youngsters, they don't have a patience, right? Their screen time is less than, patience time is less than 4 to 5 seconds, right? So they all want to even deploy AI closer to the edge, forget about the core. Now that is going to add a lot of power, and I don't see that it can be more than 10 gigawatt also. You never know.
Wow, excellent. No, we hope it is. It
Yeah,
grows. Rahul, your thoughts, please.
Sure. I would rather like to take a certainly different view on this one, and let me bring some numbers. I think globally what we are looking at, that this industry, data center alone, would be crossing more than $600 billion by revenue perspective. And what it means is it's not only, means we all know AI, machine learning, other things are adding up, and how this is driving the growth. More important, what we should also look at, the kind of ecosystem and the kind of the supply chain network that it will impact and it will disrupt is going to be huge. So in the past, we have, like as I said, a lot of automobile companies have been working on mechanical components, parts, and now all of those has been getting replaced to softwares, automations. Where are those going to come? End of the day, directly or indirectly, is hitting the data. And with all these automations going across the industry, whether it is tech, non-tech, as company as Black & Decker, which is a hardware-driven company, we all believe that it's going to disrupt the entire ecosystem and supply chain of data center. So that's my view on data center.
Thank you.
If I may add there, I completely agree with you. And further to add, post-COVID era, if you have seen what has actually happened, people have started moving away from their on-prem to a data center, right? Furthermore, the type of compute which is coming in, it's no more a 3 kilowatt or 5 kilowatt racks. We are talking about 20 kilowatt, 40 kilowatts racks, such a high compute racks. Handling the cooling for such in an office environment is very challenging. Furthermore, everyone is talking about efficiency. The operational cost they all want to reduce. And if you have a data center in your premises versus a data center PUE, is far better in a data center, which reduces the losses. And that is additionally driving the data center growth.
Thank you. Rahul? Sorry, Arsen.
Sure. So I'll not put up any number like, okay, 10 gigawatt or, I'll not talk about it. So see, India is sitting on a very sweet spot right now. Singapore market is done. Malaysian market is having its own limitation with respect to resources, power, labor and all sort. And we are well connected. We have cable landing stations, multiple cable landing stations with us. So if you talk about Global South, we are very well connected. And the immense of resources which we have, we are talking about gigawatt scale, right? Entity is talking about 1 gigawatt. We are talking about 1 gigawatt. So either, the company will come here or, they will go Australia. There are only two sweet spots, with the American companies or any European companies left out, right? Second, the great shift we are, seeing from the enterprise side, where we see government businesses where they were earlier having the captive DCs, inefficient DCs, they are now shifting to the colo places, highly efficient way, and they need a space to expand also. So that growth is anyways coming. And at last, not least, is the cloud. Cloud anyways, the growth is anyways there. The way we are, increasing our digital footprint, the digital infrastructure are increasing, the backbone will remain the data center. So with all this, I believe we'll be able to achieve that number, 10 gigawatt and odd, but the actual utilization needs to be seen.
Right, thank you. So I think one thing is clear, hearing from all the experts with different backgrounds and different companies, that it's definitely a sector which is going to grow very, very rapidly. Whether you reach 10, 8, 12, The number you reach is going to be an outcome, and perhaps it will be something which is limited by challenges than by the ambitions and the need. So definitely the growth is coming, which means a lot of power will be needed. And therefore, in that context, today's session focuses now on clean and carbon-free energy. So, we've talked a lot, but now let's get to the carbon-free energy and the theme of it. And I want to actually start by being a little bit controversial here. And Nimish, maybe I'll ask you to, maybe answer this question. And my controversial question is, why carbon-free, right? And why do I ask this question is, of course, as we say, we need to build data centers, and power is a major cost for it. And India is a cost-conscious country. And if we also have to start looking at data embassies being based in India, where we are going to perhaps store data of other countries in this geography, we need to offer them services at the cheapest cost. Can carbon-free energy and cost effectiveness go hand in hand?
Tricky question. So,
I told you we don't want to bore them, so.
No way. Yes and no. We'll have to see that from a two perspective. One is, why do we need a green energy? So one is a corporate commitment, right, towards society. Most of the corporates, including us, we have committed that by 2030 we will be 100% on scope 2, 2040 100% on scope 3, right? So one is a commitment towards society. Everyone, we are doing it. That is one point. Second is, if it helps us in reducing the operational cost on power, right? So there have been a lot of discussion with my large corporates, large customers. What if the landing cost of a green energy becomes higher? Will they still be willing to take that, right? So the answer is yes, and again no. Now when we say yes, that means there is a commitment towards society and they have to take the renewable energy. When we say no, because then we compete with, not within India, we also compete with the players outside India, right? He was talking about Malaysia, where you see easy accessibility of power, right? Maybe cheaper power than India, I don't know, maybe. And then there's a competition of capacity coming here or capacity going there. So to answer you, yeah, if in today's scenario, having a captive or a hybrid is still cost saving, and that is one of the driving factor. And second driving factor is a commitment to a society. But tomorrow, if a price increases, then we will have to find ways and means to control that increased price. Maybe by incentivizing data center player, maybe by working or reducing on a wheeling charges, transmission cost, or maybe by some other means, right? But I think I answered your question, right?
Yeah, thank you. I think it is a tricky question and very difficult answer as well. Of course, we want to be green and we want to be most cost effective. And I think those are the two challenges, one in front of the industry and the second also in front of policymakers, how to make sure that green energy is available at the cheapest cost and cost which is competitive globally, because ultimately data centers as a product like any other product, there are much less barriers to trade for data. All you need is optic fiber cable, which we have plenty of, and data can be shipped across locations. So thank you for trying to answer, and as honestly as you could, that very difficult question. I didn't
Somehow
want
I tried to dodge that.
Yeah. So Samir, let me come to you next, and I'm not going to ask you that difficult question. I know you're ex-government and MES, so what I'll ask you is around. See, India has this commitment of achieving 500 gigawatt RE. Now, by 2030, let's say, and net zero goals as well. So considering that the data centers will have continuous power requirement, what are the strategies that can ensure that the surge that is going to come from data centers can actually be powered by clean energy?
So before I sort of answer that question, I also want to bring in this larger perspective on the kind of conversations that have come across in Silicon Valley. They're talking about data centers in space. So imagine an opportunity as such where you are actually powering your data centers that are based in space with solar power. I think we have to be a little more nimble in our policies going forward, and it have that futuristic sort of vision to understand and integrate various industries and collectively address challenges related to data centers and have a much more holistic approach. And before I also answer the question on how exactly we can also tackle our renewable energy challenge, I also want to highlight a few challenges some of our member companies have sort of been highlighting as far as the larger powering itself of data infrastructure and flow of data across various states. So I think you have to look at the entire value chain as such, starting with your submarine cable landing stations and integration of your data centers in your coastal areas with submarine cables. That is point number one. One of the repeated themes that is coming across as a common theme is how you can power your data infrastructure across various state borders. So this is a missing element. Some of our major data players are sort of like highlighting this on how we can have this much more broader integrated approach of from both from the national level as well as driving policies at the state level for easier integration and powering across various state boundaries. That is number two. On specifically answering question, I have some experience in the past working on ocean renewable energy resources. That is a potential solution for us. For example, you have data centers that have been tried and tested out undersea for cooling purposes. So why can't you sort of have policies where you have offshore wind power energy that can be integrated with your data centers that are undersea and sort of create those avenues for new industries to also come up. Naturally, it also has its ancillary sort of impact on shipbuilding, for example, in India, which because offshore wind power requires specialized ships and things of that nature. So I think we need to have a much more holistic sort of understanding of these aspects, and that is something that sort of is missing here, and I sort of will advocate for that.
Thank you. I think so. Effectively, you're saying your new area requires new and innovative approaches as well. Start thinking about data centers, undersea data centers. Start thinking about offshore wind powering all of that needs. So, yeah, I think it definitely calls for some innovative approaches to be able to supply power to that. Sindhu, I'll come to you next, and my question to you is. Under the more conventional sources right now, you have solar, wind, and batteries, right? Hybrids and batteries. Now, those are the projects which are getting built right now. So can these projects, hybrids and storage, realistically deliver 24/7 reliable power for hyperscale facilities in current conditions in India, grid conditions and the need that you have?
See, if we'll see this as a solution rather than, in silos, solar supply or wind supply or battery storage, then it can be a solution, but not 24/7. Yes, we can achieve around 90-95% odd if we have a right mix of solar, wind, battery storage, pump storage for a few hours. And I was discussing with someone, right, we can also talk about battery storage at our premises rather than battery storage of BESS, with the power plant, so that we'll have a control on the scheduling and forecasting of the supply directly to our DCs, our servers. And we can also think of replacing the DG sets with BESS or LDES, so that we can use them as a power supply as a primary source during the peak hours, and we can also use them as a secondary source during the non-availability of the grid. So it's quite possible, but it's a solution that needs to be done immediately. It's not visible if you'll ask me, but in next 2 years you will find most of the DCs running at 90-95% RE usage.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. So what you're essentially saying is, the low-hanging fruit, get there as quickly as you can with renewable energy, and look at alternative solutions like having BESS installed at the data centers itself and functioning as a grid resource as well.
Correct. So it's good to have a 3 or 4 stage approach rather than directly jump in on the battery storage. Let's have solar, wind mix, right mix, intra or ISTS. I would say if you have a hyperscale campus or a enterprise campus bang on, the ISTS supply rather than the intrastate, where you will have less visibility with respect to banking regulations or shift in the TOD slots. And then just seeing the trend and supply, you can add BESS, you can also add pump storage, and you can also think of LDE as sort of solution.
Thank you. Thank you. Rahul, coming to you, Sindhu mentioned about BESS, right? And he mentioned BESS either associated with solar, wind, or even at the customer premises. Now, given your background and the current scenario of battery storage costs, which have fallen, where do you see battery storage actually becoming the mainstream for data centers? And where do you see cost curves going from here? They've fallen significantly. Do you expect further reductions, or what's your thought on battery storage and large-scale battery storage deployment?
Interesting question, and I must say it's a very well-timed question, given the stage where we are today, and in fact, given how we are talking about renewable energy, carbon-free energy a lot. We are in terms of the BESS, I would say we are on the cusp of growing the mainstream within the data centers. But I think it will take more than just few years to full takeover in terms of, and it depends a lot on the regulations. It depends a lot on the incentives, the policies the government is going to bring. Being India, and we talked about, I think your first question was about cost. So obviously it depends a lot on the cost position at which we're going to manufacture it. Can it be sustainable at that cost level for a country like India? Are all the questions that still requires an answer. But I think last and not least, I think I would say it also largely depends on the integration maturity level besides the other three elements. Before I speak a little bit more, let me just say why we believe that yes, it's going to be there and it will remain and it will be mainstream in a data center in few years. Look at from the supply chain or downstream point of view. I think the batteries comes first, cells comes first, right? We have been seeing that the cost of batteries at a pack level, the cell prices have gone by almost 90% in last 10 years. The kind of innovations that happened in batteries specific to thermal management, thermal runaways are been huge in this. So this is already reached to a certain degree of stage where we are talking about it. Imagine, would we be talking about BESS 10 years ago? Most likely the answer is no. So these innovations have already happened, and that is why we are talking about it. And I think there is a great deal of innovation, especially related to the integration part. If that is something as customers, as partners, we would be talking and discussing and collaborating, I think that will take the overall best as a technology in a long run to within the data centers. Some of the things, if I say BESS is not a distant future, it will be a baseline infrastructure component within data centers, and it's a matter of time, it's a matter of couple of years we are looking at right now. And India is certainly, given how every of the panelists here talking about the growth, and we all have that positive belief about the growth of it, India is definitely going to be one of the key markets for BESS and so as for data centers.
Thank you. I think you touched upon some very important points around there, that of course a lot of cost reduction has happened. It's a reality, no longer a dream, but it still requires collaboration and newer business models to happen. And I think you're absolutely right. And some of those newer business models that can emerge include battery storage as a service, where there's more than one use case and multiple consumers that can start using it. And if they can start using it and start paying for it, the cost further comes down, and it enables the developers to install larger batteries as well for multiple use cases. Definitely makes a lot of sense. I am conscious, Vineet, you're sitting right at the corner, and at any point if you want to come in, and I believe you are the one who does the most analysis and numbers, so possibly the smartest as well. So any point of time you want to come in and tell us what customers are telling you, the ones you are working with, feel free, on costs, on the kind of, renewable energy mix they want to see, how they want to procure. Very happy to hear your thoughts, what customers are telling you daily.
Sure. So we have discussed it here also. Customers are cost sensitive. What they want is reduction of cost. Yes, they want to go green, but that green comes at what cost they want to assess. And they want a solution that can provide them with green power at the cheapest cost. Whatever it is, if it comes from storage, let it be storage. If it comes from oversizing your solar and wind, let it be oversizing your solar and wind. If in any state, let's say the power they procure from DISCOM is the cheapest one, then they would go for it. So it's not majorly what requirement they have in terms of renewables. They have the requirement in terms of reducing their power costs and stabilizing the power that they are procuring. So we have to look at it from that point of view instead of discussing, yes, it is important to understand how the future would be, but it is more to understand how we can be cost sensitive, we can bring in green power at the cheapest and most economical cost.
Thank you. So, I think as they say, customer is king, right? So if customer is telling you that I need power, yes, green, but definitely at the least cost, the developers and the sellers have to keep that in mind, whichever way that comes through. And there are multiple options, as we've discussed. There are options for going in blocks, as very eloquently mentioned by Sindhu, that you don't need to get to 100% on day one. Start getting there in stages, 50%, 70%, 90% even, and then you get to the 100% green energy and RE. And there are going to be multiple options that you can look at. You can look at hybrids with battery storage. You could even look at balancing the rest through RECs or carbon trades and carbon credits, which actually brings me to my next question, Nimish. If I can again ask you the difficult question, for some reason I'm asking you all the difficult questions. So,
I may be looking tough today.
So my question to you is, we have this carbon credit trading scheme which is going to get launched. Power sector is still not covered in it, but there are the large industries which are starting with it. And it is expected over a period of time, this scheme will become the carbon trading scheme of India, where in a way every consumer will be covered, whether mandatory or voluntary.
Okay.
Now, with this coming in picture, how does this scheme impact data centers and their procurement of energy? Can they look at carbon credits as alongside procuring whatever renewable they can and still going to grid for rest and buying carbon credits? Is that a solution that they'll be looking at or interested in?
See, the way I see is the impact in a data center will be intense and it will be indirect. And especially for the scope 2 emission. Now, if someone has to achieve 100%, definitely they need a mix and hybrid of all. They will definitely need carbon credits as well. Now, there will be a overhead, I'll say more from a compliance cost, till the time RE access is not improved. Now, when you talked about, I'll have to split it into short-term, mid-term, and a long-term strategy when we talk about green energy. And this carbon credit will definitely fit in somewhere in a mid-term. Short-term, probably we can think of open access, and we need ease of doing that open access benefits, right? Somewhere it is easy to do, somewhere it is really challenging. We definitely need a mix of open access and then captive, which we're talking about, carbon credit, banking. But when you mentioned about a carbon credit specifically, I personally think that this will actually help us to bridge the gap which we want, which we cannot fulfill by all other means.
Right.
So tomorrow it may be that we can go for a different source for reduced carbon energy, maybe nuclear, if government allow us to do a direct contracting with NPC, National Power Grid, right? If we directly source it, we can reduce that. It will not be 100% green, but reduced carbon emission. The remaining can be fulfilled by this carbon credit.
Right.
I hope I could answer.
No, thank you. I think very lucid answer, and I think very clear as well that if you want to sign an agreement tomorrow, open access is your answer, or group captive, which is working today. In the medium term, carbon markets will provide an option and help you get to 100% green as well. So I think, very helpful to have those thoughts. Thank you. Sindhu, I want to come to you next, and what I want to talk about is a little bit like that, so today when consumers buy open access green energy, the balancing can happen on an annual basis, right? But there are changes, and people are starting to implement hourly matched carbon-free energy systems for data centers outside already. Is this model workable for the data center operators today? If we say, okay, you talked about 90 to 95%. On an annual basis, it can make sense. But can you get 90 to 90% if you're going to do hourly matching of your demand with supply? What are the challenges you think to this?
So it's not that easy, first of all. So if you'll see our business, I believe AWS team is here. Clients are not confirming us their ramp up. So it's like they are deploying their loads, and it may vary. They may come up with their fuel utilization in next 2 years also, in 1.5 years also. There is no such commitment from our clients, right? It is just our estimation on the basis of which we are, projecting the consumption, and on the basis of that we are signing the contracts upfront to, fulfill their requirement as well as our requirement. That's why the strategy from the ramp up standpoint is really crucial. First point. Second, hourly matching is not a term coined, for Indian subcontinent, if you'll ask. Either we have a 15-minute slots adjustment, that is typically ISTS, or we'll go for a banking. And if you are saying that, at every hour you need to match 90-95% power, in Indian subcontinent it's really tough, because, you don't even have a mechanism to see, okay, you can have SCADA and, EMS softwares at the generation ad as well as at the consumption ad. Excuse me. But at that, you shall not be able to suffice the requirement of that, hourly matching or spatial or temporal, which, the characteristics which typically hyperscalers are looking for. The best approach would be to have, like what I said, to have an ISTS for your hyperscale campus, to have an ISTS contract where you can plan out solar and a wind in a way that you will have some matching and for at least 70-75%. And then you can think of, BESS as a solution, or, you can have pump storage, which is also a good solution. Although there are few plants which will come up in next few years, but these are the solutions that can be explored. But matching, hourly matching on a daily basis, and that too at a 90-95% or 100% RE utilization is quite not feasible, as in from the tech standpoint also here in India.
Sure, no, thank you. And I think, clear message. Hourly matching at the moment definitely is not there. And hopefully in the future, when we have more battery storage installed in grid as well, it starts to come in. Rahul, coming to you, maybe a little bit of a macro question. Any emerging trends you see in RE that data centers should be aware of? You come from a company which is innovating and looking at a much broader and macro picture. So any major trends you feel that data centers should be aware of?
Understood. I think, again, a very good question. I would split this into 3 sides. Let's look at from the generation perspective. Let's look at from the storage end, as well as let's look at the third angle, or the third element should be from the demand perspective. So from the generation aspect, I think what we are seeing, or what, let's say in next 6 to 7 years, if not immediately from the technological standpoint, we are seeing that most of these hyperscalers would be going for that 24/7 carbon free than annual targets of the carbon free. So already companies like Google, in fact, even Microsoft have started investing and assessing these 24/7 carbon-free energies. This is more from the generation aspect. The other thing was from the storage side. We talked about it slightly. I think the best should be leading that sector with all the advanced batteries coming up, solid-state batteries, the long duration storages. That's technology which is again developing, is all going to add up. More innovation on the storage side of it. Batteries will evolve further. The chemistries of the battery cells are also changing. If I go a little bit deeper on the technological side, we started with the prismatic solutions. Now, prismatic is moving more towards the cylindrical cells. What it means, it only means that it will increase the life of the batteries in future. And all this is going to impact data centers directly or indirectly in a way. The last thing which I said from the demand perspective, I would rather like to bring a little different angle here. Think about a data center, and obviously within a data center building, we have got different subsections. We have got HVAC, we have got, let's say, cabinets, enclosures, we have got the wiring harnesses that goes around it. You have got a PDU, power distribution unit. We have got your, what we call it, that cooling. Yeah, cooling is going to be the one next big thing, as what we are seeing that the data consumption and the data overload is increasing. I would say month on month or quarter on quarter. It only means that the kind of technology that are needed to support that infrastructure is going to be very different from what we are seeing today. So the kind of cooling technology which was developed, which was more air cooling maybe 5 years ago, would be getting obsolete in the next, let's say, 2 or 3 years. We are going towards that liquid cooling technology. So this is another new technological trend, which is again, we feel, is going to impact and disrupt the entire ecosystem of data center, but again, having a view of the renewable energy in this.
Sure, thank you. I think some great points, especially around demand, right, and cooling. While you were speaking, it took me back to, 25 years when I was, when computers just came in and I was in college and we were studying, used to do all this programming in C language and Fortran and all. And then in our college labs, we would have these labs which had ACs. And we would go there just to sit in the ACs. And now all of us have laptops which don't really need ACs. So there's a lot of improvement in technology which reduces the need for cooling itself. And I think that's where you touched on a very important point, that as these data centers evolve, of course, the AI data centers are going to need more power, but going to increase. And how we manage that cooling and reduce the electricity needed for cooling itself is going to play a very important role in sustainability. So I hope there is innovation happening on that side as well, on energy efficiency.
I want to add one
Absolutely,
more point.
please.
So, we were the first company in India, I would say, not in the globe, to have a fuel cell installation at one of our DC. And absolutely fabulous. It's like 95% PLF, running without sound, and it's a solid oxide fuel cell. And currently it's 55% carbon free. And the best part is we are going to use the heat generated out of it, the tri-generation part of it, for the cooling purpose. I believe these sort of tech need to be evaluated when you are actually drafting your decap.
Absolutely. So energy savings will become very important as we go along.
If I just may add one more thing, when he's spoke about this aspect, I think besides the 3-4 things that we talked about, I think one of the aspect is in future we would be seeing more and more recyclable products going to be used to construct even a data center. A lot of carbon-free product. Yes, it's going to be expensive for a time. I think with how we can learn from the battery technologies as it gets evolved, it it started becoming more and more cost competitive. So we see that those recyclable products, carbon-free products, are going to be another new emerging trends that would be, again, impacting directly or indirectly the entire structure of a data center.
Sure. So a lot of innovation is coming, not just in data centers themselves, but how they are going to be constructed, how the space is going to be used, the built environment around them, energy efficiency. So perhaps the next event should talk about all of that. Coming to perhaps my last question, because I know I'm on time here, and Samir, to bring you in, and I think maybe ask a slightly different question. We've been focusing on data centers and their energy needs and how, of course, data centers will grow in India. I want to slightly change the question that how the AI itself can help manage and optimize RE, if you have any thoughts on that. Of course, all these data centers are going to get built to service many other applications. But one of the applications itself could be to optimize RE integration into the grid and for data centers.
So absolutely, I think there is a huge opportunity. We have the AI Impact Summit coming up in February. There have been a lot of conversations already and a lot of pre-events planned. Since I sort of look at tech policy, one of the missing elements, and that I've been sort of also emphasizing with our team internally, is to have a conversation on AI for energy and energy for AI. This, I think, is a very important conversation that currently is missing in the larger AI Impact Summit related discussions, and hopefully we can tag along with NCFE and some of our member companies and have a conversation on these lines going forward. So just to sort of look at a more tactical approach on how, obviously we all know AI can be utilized in predictive analysis and forecasting of power and having smart grids, so on and so forth. But I think this should also be tagged along with larger conversations on access to capital for deploying these technologies. We know during the Paris 2015, there were a lot of promises made by Western countries largely on access to capital, but clearly it hasn't materialized. Now, why don't we bring these conversations also part of the conversations that we are leading in India, and we have such a great opportunity. I think this also should be sort of addressed at the level of organizations like G20, because there will be several conversations going forward on how you can utilize AI across various sectors. Aside from that, I also would like to highlight, I think our private sector and startups have a great opportunity to sort of come up with solutions in this regard. One of the things that we haven't touched on during this conversation is particularly that we have a lot of new startups that are coming up that are looking at the intersection of quantum technologies in AI and, in forecasting and analysis of new products that can be utilized for, applications related to energy. So we have to, again, have that holistic analysis. There needs to be a more coordinated approach between Ministry of Power, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and also bring these conversations much more closer to public in various states across the country. That is a key element in creating this larger awareness around utilization of AI for various applications, and particularly in the use of AI for energy and energy for AI.
Well, I think very nicely you said AI for energy and energy for AI, perhaps a match made in heaven, there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot of other questions which are, but I'm short on time, and I do hope we have managed to keep you awake after the lunch. And if we have, then, and if you have any question as well, for anyone, we can take one or two questions from the audience. Please go ahead. If we can get the mics across. It will be great if you can maybe just identify yourself, and if you have a question to someone specific, please just identify the panelists as well. I just given up your...
Prashant Roy from FTI Consulting. We do public policy work, including in green data centers. As you know, there have been emerging mandates for green data centers in different parts of the world. Singapore has chosen a PUE of 1.25. Okay, now Green Data Center, as you know, is PUE, WUE, CUE, and not just RE. In India, in the conversations we've had with government, including state governments, the feeling is that India is not ready for PUE mandates. Maybe we can get to disclosures. So that's first question. Do you agree? Do you think we're ready for PUE disclosures for green data centers? And my last one is on the low carbon part. Do you find that being a problem with compliance, like for example, building code, where you have to add maybe extra parking basements or something like that, and that's added carbon footprint? That's largely to you, but anybody else? Yeah.
Disclosure-wise, I'm okay. I think so that should not be a problem. But mandate-wise, let me put it across more from a technology point of view. The PUE is outcome of your IT versus facility, right? And IT load is not in the control of a service provider. It's actually in a control of the end user, how much they are using. And that is very volatile, especially when you talk about the AI computing or the cloud computing. Second part is also it depends on the ambient temperature, how it is. And third is also at what temperature you are working on. So traditionally, it used to be somewhere around 1.5 on a design perspective, annualized PUE. Now with those new devices coming in and increased operating temperature, it is fair to say that it's easy to achieve around 1.4 something. It depends on, again, type of resiliency you create. Now, when AI has come in, this has changed a lot. Even in a hot climatic conditions of Mumbai, Maharashtra, where during summer we have seen the temperature going as high as 47 on the chiller front, right? AI will help in reducing on the PUE. And where? You mentioned about liquid cool, right? Now, when you bring in a liquid cool, and when you increase your operating temperature, if my customer is saying, I'm okay to operate at 28 degree or 30 degree or 32 degree, right? We don't need a air cool chillers, right? We just probably need a dry coolers. You save a lot of energy out there. And if you take that route, probably you will be less than 1.2, right? And on a liquid cool, I'll give you a very classic example. It's on our websites also, one of my customer. In 2022-23, we deployed a mix of air cool, liquid cool, and DCLC and liquid immersion cooling, all three together. And there are different PUE at all these three different levels. In liquid immersion cooling, you can be as close as 1.15, and on a DCLC, you can be as close as 1.25, 1.3. Right? And that is practically possible if you change on the engineering side, right? But putting as a mandate to a data center player may be a little challenging, because when you operate in a cooler temperature and ambient temperature versus a little warmer, look, Singapore versus when you say, see, there are again various ways and means, right? Now, if you remove a lot of resilience component from it, what you are doing, you are removing the lot of losses. Even most of our data center, what we have done, we have brought the transformers and all closer to the compute so that there are lesser losses. So yes, we all want to do so. We all want to be less than 1.3 if technically it is feasible. I hope
Thank you.
I addressed that part. Adding the I couldn't get that exactly, but if you are talking about the buildings part or what? Yeah. Okay, got you. Extra services like parking and all.
Like parking, fire safety, you know, in Bombay we've heard of data centers which have had to build extra basements. And you're not using them. That is a carbon issue, no?
I think there is a leniency in that policies. So if I have to talk about, we have one of the largest campus of ours in Maharashtra, Mumbai, a 500 megawatt of facility load, around 335 megawatt of IT load. This campus is already live. We have planned for 14 data centers out there, and there is no car parking in any of the building. we have one common car parking area, right? So there are policies. I think government has made some leniency there, but you have to have a parking based on the occupancy. So, gone those days when it was a mandate that you definitely need to have a car parking. I know my Chandivali buildings, we have a car parking, right? But in Chandivali, we have like 8 buildings now. The newer one, they don't have it.
So hi, I'm Rakesh Rathore from JSW Energy. So we are basically the energy solution provider. So hi, I'm Rakesh Rathore from JSW Energy. So we are basically the energy solution provider in this maze. Coming up within and looking from that perspective, if 10 gigawatt load by 2030, which means in energy terms, and if taking cue from Nimish that we have a compulsion for renewables, and it is also consumer preference also. So business viability as well to that extent. So renewable is basically out for 10 gigawatt, we required almost 40 to 50 gigawatt. Because your load is RTC, which is a size of hydro or wind to that matter in India currently. So it's size-wise, it's a absolutely phenomenal size. You should not see data center as your load perspective, but rather how much it's replacing to the grid. So coming up to the solutions, I think Sindhu also touched upon it, and Kashish also said about it, about the ISTS, shifting your consumption at ISTS. And on part of it, open access, you have tried and tested, probably burn some hands into it because of the policy fluctuations and all. Depending purely on open access might not serve the purpose. So as Sindhu also said, that putting storage within your premises, increasing that capacity, and taking a cue from the recent order from the government, where battery is also can be used through a consumer, and the consumer can be used as a prosumer, where you consume during the day period where there is a surplus in the grid, and then probably consume for yourself during the peak, and or you can sell also into the grid. And
so you have a question that, those are great comments, but do you have any question?
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
So I'm saying that becoming a data center is going and can see it as a prosumer perspective, that you setting up battery storage not only for your own reliability and own immunity purpose, but also helping the grid. I think the one solution can be done for that is your contract demand. If you're consuming during the day period, the contract demand can be waived. If that can be waived, probably a lot of problem can be solved.
Okay. So suggestions on how regulatory changes might help further removing.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I guess we're probably at the end of it. So if there are no more questions, then great. Thank you so much, panelists, for engaging in such open conversation. And my apologies if I asked questions which were out of context or out of syllabus, but you've been a great panel and supported with your thoughts, and I couldn't thank you enough. So thank you very much, all of you, for your time and your thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you for being an exceptional moderator.
Thank you.
On a lighter note, I think we need to integrate SMRs with every data center that we create.
That is what was long-term plan was discussion.
If 24/7 power, and he had asked a question, green power increases the cost to a level where another country may offer you a better competitive price, then will you still stay with the 24/7 green power as it is your corporate responsibility, or shift location?
See,
I mean, that's an important issue.
Yeah, exponential increase will be definitely detrimental. I don't think so people will survive. But I will not talk on the cost per se. Let me talk from the value per se, right? While in some country there can be a lesser power, it's all our ecosystem, the value which we put across and deliver to the customer. Now, when we talk about value, it's about the brains, the support systems, right? The scalability which we can give. Like in India, we have this type of scalability. But if you have to answer in binary yes or no, if the price is exponentially very high, I'm sure the larger hyperscaler or the corporates coming from outside will not consider that, right? They will only consider when they have to serve only the local customers, right?
So, if the cost declines by, let us say, starting off with 60% green power, will that become an issue in your decision making where one should go? Because these are important issues when you think at the scale that we are talking about.
See, such investments are, data center is not something which we plan today and is live tomorrow, right? It's a long-term planning, and I don't think so in a long-term planning that level of fluctuation will happen. Today, if I am just planning, today the data center size are what? 50 megawatt, 100 megawatt data centers we're talking about. And my gestation period is 24 months to 30 months to make that 50 megawatt of data centers live, right? With all the fit outs. And if I have to plan my power for that green power, I will have to show a projections for it, right? And that projection will not come, that 50 megawatt will not come on a day one. There will be a growth. So this is a journey for 5 years. And that what you're talking about is volatile. That is not. And that in the first panel someone mentioned about, there should not be a policy change based on a retrospective per se, right? Because when we are planning something.
That of course are policy issues.
Right. But so such changes are basically, I don't see that may happen. But if that happens, then probably we'll address that at that point.
Yeah. Just to add one more point, I think you've raised a very important and for policymakers, that how do they ensure low-cost energy and green energy being made available to data centers, and that certainly is a policy question for the renewable energy ministries to make the right policies so that data centers can actually, for example, ISTS waiver, if data centers get waivers on ISTS, it makes a lot of sense for them to reduce their cost of supply.
But if data centers, I make an exemption for waiver of ISTS, then there'll be others who will claim the same.
Yeah.
That's the point. Secondly, as a policy issue, and we must consider it because the government will have to consider.
Yeah.
And the question of other opportunities. Do I make a battery system which is in short supply at the moment, presumingly that there are constraints on the supply side, that should I give 24/7 battery to data centers at the cost of not giving it even for 3 hours or 2 hours to something else? So somebody will have to do an opportunity cost analysis.
Yeah.
So we have to keep all the battery supply is not limitless that I can give 24/7.
Yeah.
If it was limitless, then this question is meaningless. Then only the cost question comes.
Sure.
So this desire to have, I would like 100% green energy, no question about it. But should we be seeing a sort of gradually accelerating percentage of green energy with the objective of reaching 100%, but starting off somewhat lower, especially in the context of the fact that recently, the fact is that government has started coal plants. So there will be generation capacity for 24 hours. And then curtailment will come somewhere else if I do battery for the night.
Sir, starting lower when you say, I will how to articulate it. See, whenever you start, especially on a data center, today if I plan for 100 megawatt, very soon that 100 will become 200. So if you start planning lower considering 100 megawatt, tomorrow, maybe after a year, that will become minuscule, right?
Yes.
So when we have to plan, we have to be very,
Yeah. So this is a challenge because it is not only you who are planning your data center.
Yeah.
Somebody has to plan the supply side also.
True.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think these are important issues which we will
Absolutely.
carry
I
on
think
this
and
conversation.
not maybe closing comments, not just for data centers. Green energy for the growth of the country is extremely important, and getting that pricing right and low, remains very important. Go back 20 years, 30 years. China and India were at similar stage. China stole a march because they reduced costs, and look at where they are. I think now is the time for government policy to realize that today the world wants green products. Can we now provide green energy to all our products so that these products are competing on the basis of being more green? Because we're not going to be able to compete with China on cost. Can we at least compete with them on being green? Thank you, everyone. I think we'll just, great session, and thanks once again. I can't keep thanking. So.
Well, thank you so much to our moderator, and thank you so much to all our speakers. And yes, I'm sure we all have some key points to take forward to our networking tea break. And yes, that was truly an inspiring session about the green future. I request once again, can we have a huge round of applause for the moderator and all our speakers, everyone? And now I request to our moderator, Shri Gurpreet Singh, to please felicitate all our speakers of appreciation. Well, I would like to call Mr. Varun Pandita from NSEFI to, well, we have one more speaker. And I would also like to call on stage Mr. Varun Pandita from NSEFI to felicitate our moderator, Shri Gurpreet Singh, with a token of appreciation. Thank you so much. And I request each one of you to please come forward for a group picture. Thank you so much, everyone. Now I request everyone, each one of you to please be seated down. And for the vote of thanks, everyone, as we came close to this wonderful evening, I would like to call Mr. Varun Pandita on stage from NSEFI. I request everyone, can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you all for your time, for your precious time and attending the first Data Center Summit on carbon-free energy. So it was a great day of learnings from all the stakeholders from renewable energy and data center industry. So as we are living in a time of uncertainty, we don't know what would be our IT loads and we don't know what would be our renewable energy generation. So over here, our only friend is artificial intelligence in both terms of generation and in both terms of renewable energy and IT loads at data centers. I would like to thank all the delegates, speakers, and team from, special thanks to team from Amazon Web Services for their continuous support. Special thanks to Mr. Vikram Sridharan and Mr. Subramaniam Pulipaka. So renewable energy and data centers are two beacons of hope for a smart future ahead. As if we go some time ahead, we do not know about both these terms in a very famous fashion, but right now we are learning more about it in both the renewable energy and the data centers. So rise of AI and India AI mission, we are in line with all of these smart initiatives by the government of India. New data centers are coming in various states, whether it is Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, or New Delhi, Uttar Pradesh. So right now we can see a rise of numbers of data centers, and with the rise of data centers, there's a rise in data center load as well. So there's a rise of data center loads, so that creates a demand, and that whether there is a demand, there is also a supply. So meeting that demand and supply, there is a bridge, and that bridge is NSCFI. So we are happy to help all the data center stakeholders and all the renewable energy stakeholders in meeting that demand. So we call all the data centers present in India and abroad to be part of Green Data Center Coalition. So it is rebranded, it is redesigned, and it is more active than it was ever. And we thank you all for coming. Thank you so much.
Check one. Thank you, Varun, and thank you so much, everyone. Now it's time to show our power, everyone, and I request each one of you to please come on stage for a picture, for a group picture, with all the dignitaries. I request each one of you to please come on stage for a group photograph with all the dignitaries, with our organizing team, NACFI, each one of you. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the networking tea. So please, thank you. I hope you all had a wonderful time.